The north, south, the east, west have potential 3-0 trump on board. All right. So 14 opposite east, 8 east west. East East could bid clubs, but has 1-0 trump shows the values and stays lower. And Zach won't bid over 1-0. I don't think North's bidding over 1-0, so I think 1-0 is it. Some players would bid 1 spade with the north hand after a diamond double, afraid of missing a 4-4 spade fit, despite the bad pattern and minimum high card values. I'm with Levin here. I think pass is probably better.
Yeah, when it's your side's deal, especially with the opponents being vulnerable, they might just get in trouble, and you can collect 100 for under tricks on defense. And when it's not your side's deal, you don't care. You shouldn't be competing anyway.
You think Weinstein leads a spade?
I think Weinstein leads a... Yeah, sure, spade. That sounds good. I mean, a diamond has something going for it. You only need 1 honor, the ace or queen in partner's hand, to set up some tricks, but a spade is... spade's safe.
Well, diamond would have been more effective because your side has only 1 club stopper, and you'd have set up some tricks. Right now, you didn't set up tricks for either side, but you were in more of a hurry than they were, I think.
Yeah, now Declare actually has some issues, decides to block the spade suit, which I think makes a lot of sense given the club situation. He might need to knock out 2 club cards, both the ace and jack, and so he'll want to have multiple entries back to the east hand. If he had won the spade ace, the defense might be able to win a club early and then put a diamond through, and the east hand would be completely dead.
This is actually kind of an interesting trick from Declare's perspective, because South with ace jack third of clubs would not be ducking the king of clubs, really. I don't think he would.
Are you commentating,
so
Sat?
He's worked out that the ace and jack of clubs are split. He might as well continue the king and squish a double jack somewhere. Unclear where, but it's going to be in the south hand. I think North ducks again, which would have been really cool if Rosenberg's clubs were 10-9 fourth.
King of clubs, queen of clubs, low club, and then the ace and jack pop up on the same trick.
That's all together now, boys.
Mm-hmm. I mean, Levin does have to think about that, so he may well play the ace and win this trick here.
Levin would very much like to shift to the queen of diamonds or the 9 of diamonds. He really wants to be on lead and play diamonds through. Partner opened a diamond, could easily have 5 of them. He didn't lead, so a diamond, so his partner almost certainly has like a couple of honors in the suit, and Declare has likely a finessable honor. You see, it's not quite exactly that way, but it could easily have been if you swapped the ace and king of diamonds. That Levin wants to switch to either the queen or the 9 of diamonds and get the diamonds running.
Yeah, and it is an interesting question about which diamond to switch to, because in this case, with diamonds 4-4 between Declare's hand and south, the 9 of diamonds would be the right card if the ace and king were switched. Then he could play the queen on the next round and then low to the jack. But if south happened to have ace jack 10 fifth, the 9 of diamonds would be fine, but the queen of diamonds would be a lot more clear. If the 9 of diamonds got covered by the king and ace, south might not know what to do on that trick. Anyway, as you guessed, the king of clubs held, club to the ace. Weinstein can pitch a heart. Here.
I think he pitches the 2 of spades as sort of like super preference for diamonds, almost like a Laventhal. So partner knows he doesn't want a spade, so he led the 8, but no, he pitches the 6 of hearts. I feel like I'd want to keep all four of my hearts just to sort of defend against Declare so easily playing. I mean, it's probably an illusion because Declare is going to run clubs at me and I'm going to have to pitch anyways. Right, so North did switch to the 9 of diamonds.
Yep.
As one of the possibilities, and East has popped ace. And we'll run a couple of clubs. And I guess South's going to pitch spades on this. At least one spade for sure. Maybe a spade and a diamond.
Oh, I don't think South is pitching the diamond winners.
Well, South doesn't want to pitch his last spade either. You often want to make sure you keep one card in a suit so you don't clarify it for declarer and you could potentially exit with it. And pitching a heart is very unattractive from the South hand. So the choice is pitching your last spade or the 10 or jack of diamonds. And my preference, I think, would be to pitch a diamond.
I think he's pitching hard, but like to beat this thing, he's going to need his partner to have the spade ace. So
beat this thing. That's not happening.
Well, that's not happening because Rosenberg has the ace of spades.
But if partner has the ace of spades, then you better keep your spade. Otherwise,
right? Yeah. So he's going to pitch a heart. He's hoping his partner has the ace jack of spades. He can win the heart continuation, fly ace, spade to his partner's hand, diamond comes through, then he cashes all the diamonds.
Well, if Rosenberg doesn't cash the ace of spades and exits a heart after South pitches a heart, that's going to, and Weinstein attempts that defense, it will not be successful. It will result in the defense scoring none of their diamond tricks and declare scoring all the rest of the tricks but the ace of hearts for 210.
Yes, well, Rosenberg's going to cash the spade ace, so...
If he's a mind reader, maybe he doesn't. The defense will still have 4 hearts and 4 spades, possibly, at that point.
I mean, I expect Weinstein's going to think that it's almost impossible for Rosenberg to not have the ace of spades, but I don't really see the alternative.
So pitching the heart preserves the straight for the end position, which is a stronger 5-card holding in poker. And we have thought that maybe they're playing poker.
It does feel a little bit like Steve plays poker at the bridge table from time to time.
If he thinks forever and plays the 2 of spades and plays the 2 of hearts, I wonder if Rosenberg just plays the heart up, figuring what's going on. East is a little bit of a mind reader too.
Yeah, the one diamond opening bid does give away a lot about the missing high cards, and the fact that South didn't lead a diamond, I think, kind of marks the diamond position a little bit. This would have been another spot in which the queen of diamonds switch from North would have been much more helpful to Weinstein.
Right. Yeah, and then he could just keep winners. We know exactly what's going on. And yeah, I mean, he has a legitimate concern that East has the queen of diamonds and the North has the ace of spades.
Yeah.
The auction might have gone the same way, and it is, He pitched the jack of diamonds. I thought he might pitch a diamond here.
Well, you were
And now
correct. So now what's the plan? I mean, now that Rosenberg sees him pitching diamonds, I think he has a pretty good sense of what's going on. Not that it necessarily matters. I think he's still just going to cash the spade ace and lead a heart up.
I think it's all the same now. If he kept the heart ace to lead a second heart, but at some point South's going to just win and have to play the king 10 of diamonds because it's his only hope. All right, well, 11 has clarified the diamond situation.
Bobby does have a sense of humor at the table. Sometimes he's also yes.
So he has that going for it. So we are going to see an imp more going to Rubenstein.
Yeah, 30-0 through 6 boards.
They're not coming as quickly as they were the first 2 boards of the set, but they're still coming. Well, East has a very pretty hand.
Yeah, so
void.
Was it up to 4 spades by the time it got to East in the other room? Not quite.
Precision pair might well bid 1 spade past 4 spades. But Gruen and Moss do not play precision when they're vulnerable. One spade 2 no, showing a limp raiser better, or 1 spade 3 spades mixed, something.
Yeah, 3 spades mixed would be attractive if they had that available. It's not going to stop East from competing.
Now, East has a problem about how to compete because while you do have all 3 other suits, making a takeout double somewhat attractive, you also have a 5th heart. And if partner has only 3 hearts, you probably still want to play the hand in hearts. That's where your most likely game is. In fact, on this deal, you have play for 4 hearts. Maybe hearts break badly, diamonds break badly. There's no entry to dummy to play clubs the way you want, so maybe you're not making 4 hearts, but you have play for it on the East-West cards. You don't have play for as good a play for, say, 5 diamonds, even though you also have an 8-card fit there. So East has just bid 3 hearts because I think he thinks he's getting another chance, given that 3 diamonds is forcing a 3 spades, and he figures, well, I'll bid 3 hearts now,
and then
I'll double whatever spades come back to me. And partner will know I have a good hand with 5 hearts.
Okay. Sorry, chat and everyone. I noticed that there is something wrong with my Wi-Fi settings. I don't know if I've fixed it.
It's the ghost of Rob past.
Hello, I am back. Hopefully we don't continue having issues with connection.
I was giving the thought that if it goes 3 spades pass double, that Zach would do the right thing and bid 4 hearts on this auction rather than passing 3 spades doubled.
Yeah, I heard that you were talking about that's the reason why Rosenberg comes in 3 hearts first, is that he wants to then show the 5-card heart suit and later make it take out double spades. And they didn't do that in the other room. They had the exact same auction, a spade passed 3 diamonds, and Cats did not come in with 3 hearts on these cards.
Well, he just passed. I like Rosenberg's auction a lot more than Katz's auction on this. I think this is a very clever way to bid the hand. You can show the 5 hearts, the spade shortness, and the extra values. Partner has a very good idea of the type of hand he's facing. He won't know the exact honors, but he knows what's going on. Whereas passing and doubling 4 spades later, partner is scratching their head. Mm-hmm. What's going on here? Partner's always like, I know that double is not based on spades because I'm looking at 4 spades jack 9, but what is it based on? Hey, Nickel might have passed it with a singleton spade with it being a 12-card spade fit, thinking it was a penalty double.
Oh, people are asking about 3 diamonds. I suspect it's probably some variation of a Bergen raise. So players will play 3 clubs is a 4-card limit raise in spades, and or in the major suit that was opened, and 3 diamonds is a 4-card mixed raise in spades.
No, I like putting the mix directly at one of a major, 3 of a major, for reasons like this. And I've been lately putting at 3 diamonds the preemptive raise, but I also put in void splinters at 3 diamonds. So 3 diamonds, either a preemptive 1/3 bid or a void splinters anywhere. Since void splinters are such a hard hand to show if you don't have a bid for them.
Yeah.
It's a little sideshow. It never, you can play a clever convention like that and hope that it comes up over 15 sessions and gets you a swing, but more likely you're going to play 15 sessions and it won't come up.
I'm being told that Levin and Weinstein play this as limit. I could believe that. I mean, the North Hand is only a 7 count, but it's a very nice 7 count. All of the honors are working and there's a singleton, so I could definitely believe that it is a limit raise as well, but I'm not that familiar
Sometimes
with
you
their
can't
system.
tell.
Yes.
It meets my definition of a limit raise. It's not of a mixed raise. It's between 5 and 9. It has 4 trumps. It's not 4 triple 3. It has at least 1 control, and it's not a hand that's obviously a limit raise. Where if it was if the honors were clustered better, or if you had anything more, it does have very nice spots. So now I think West may just pass the double. Now that North is just bid game. And 4 spades went down only 1 at the other table. It is not obvious to me that it's only supposed to go down 1, while Zach is going for the red game bonus. And I don't think that 5 hearts is going to have very good play on this lie of the defensive cards.
No, but it looks like on a more likely lie of the defensive cards, there would have been a pretty reasonable chance here. If hearts were 3-2, Declare would potentially just lose a club and a diamond. If the diamonds were 3-2, Declare might lose no diamond tricks. So it's really just the fact that both red suits are splitting poorly that 5 hearts has worked out so badly for East-West here.
The only thing really friendly is the club suit, and you kind of don't have the entries that you'd like to have to work on it properly anyways.
Wait a
This
second.
hand could fall apart.
The 7 of diamonds lead? Look at all of Declare's diamond spots. We can pick up the diamond suit.
But South has 4 trumps,
Yeah.
and the opponents with the 5 level is just going to play a forcing game, and that is going to be a very effective defense because I don't think Declare can handle anything at all. And the double does not mean that trumps are 4-1 here on this auction, although maybe North's action with so few high card points will point him in the direction of 4-1 hearts. He knows he's down on 4-1 hearts, so he kind of has to, or very likely down on 4-1 hearts. So he kind of needs hearts to break anyways. Not sure his best move here. He may cross the king of hearts and take a diamond. Well, he probably wants to set up club ruffs. He's got a lot of work. Michael is not happy with this contract. He's just going to maybe try to rough down king, queen, third of clubs, or set up a couple of club ruffs in the dummy. And we'll see what Levin does. Levin will, I assume Weinstein's going to duck this because Declare does not have ace, queen, jack, 10, 9 of clubs, and led the 9 of clubs.
That sounds correct.
It'd be a cool play if he did it, but I'll give him the trick if he did.
Yeah, so the 10 of clubs holds. And this is a good attempt from Rosenberg, lacking dummy entries to try and score an extra club trick. For one thing, if South started with king, queen, third of clubs, they might just rough out. It's possible that Levin started with honor 10 doubleton, in which case he can cash the ace and he'll have a roughing finesse on the next round. But what switch will Levin make? Because I could see arguments for continuing the force by playing back a spade. I could see arguments for switching to trumps to prevent club roughs.
North knows that there's defense in the club suit. The declare is trying for ruffs. And I think the force can wait. I think it's going to go not. South really popped the king of clubs. Interesting. Well, I would think that South will continue the force.
Yeah, maybe this is actually a good decision by Weinstein, even though it'll allow Declare to cross to the Heart King to take a club finesse, because Weinstein knows how to defend. He's the one looking at his trump spots, whereas Levin might not actually know how to defend. So we talked a little bit about in the past building a box around partner, building a fence around partner. Weinstein knows how to defend, so he does just continue the force.
I think Levin will love the if he listens back to this where you say, well, Weinstein knows how to defend.
That hasn't been true on the one no Trump contract previously. Is that what we're thinking? He started pitching winners.
I was just thinking it's an omission. I think Bobby Wolf did something like that in his book, where he was talking about the instance where Joanna called the director where the director was called in Vancouver, and he said something like, Joanna Stansby is a very nice person, and he omitted my name at all from his description of the incident. So it's okay. I love you anyways, Bobby. His hand hasn't fallen apart as hard as it could have, but given their teammates went minus in the other room, it's going to be a lot of imps back towards the nickel team anyways. Whereas the decision to bid 5 hearts was quite costly because 4 spades doubled, went only down 1, which I think was kind of a little bit of a triumph for the Rubenstein team to get out for down 1. There's while there's only 4 top losers, there's just I have having a hard time coming up with lines that come up to as many as 9 tricks on likely defenses. I didn't look at how the play actually went in the other room, but I can imagine quite easily that 4 spades double might have gone down 2.
I'm taking a look at the play. They kind of roughed a natural winner with a natural trump trick, is what it looks like happened to me. So very well could have beaten that too, I think, on different defense, but not today. So Rosenberg's at a bit of crossroads. He would love to cash the queen of diamonds if that was cashing, but I think he has a count on the hand. So he tries to sneak the jack of diamonds through. And he does. He scores the jack of diamonds.
So is he suddenly up for down 1?
Now he can rough the jack of clubs. I mean, Weinstein can split his trumps here. But I guess that's just not going to help. Declare can just rough a spade low. So 4 more tricks, and he is down 1.
7, 8, 10. And it's quite a triumph actually to potentially be down 2 in each room and hold it down 1. But it's a triumph that winds up being 9 imps anyways, because you lost the auction in both tables.
Right.
They won in the play at both tables, but they lost in the auction at both tables. And I know from experience that I'd rather be right in the auction than the play.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and this idea of trying to cash the jack of diamonds might not have occurred to everyone. A lot of players would have counted out South's hand, realized trumps are 4-1, and said, well, there's no hope in cashing a diamond, so I guess I'll just rough my club immediately. But Rosenberg understands that even if the book play of covering that 10 of diamonds from king queen would have been the queen of diamonds, Levin may well cover with the king anyway to try and tell his partner, for one thing, that he has the king queen of diamonds. So it's hard to know if Weinstein's decision was based on that fact that Bobby could be making an unusual play with the king queen of diamonds or not.
What's he thinking about here?
I think Rosenberg is just carefully counting everything. If he pitches a diamond,
no, he's trying to think, like, if I overruff this, can I cash the ace queen of hearts drawing the trump and just lose the diamond in the end and make the hand? That would require Weinstein to have a 14 card hand or a 12 card hand, one of those two.
yeah, but he can also do that after roughing a spade low.
Oh wait, I mean, no, because he knows it sells out of clubs and out of diamonds.
Mm-hmm.
So that limits the number of minor suit cards Weinstein can have left.
Yes. Yeah, so spade rough low, and if the trumps happen to split, sure, he's making it from here. But otherwise, he still gets...
Good plays, queen of hearts, queen of diamonds sort of also promotes the 7 of spades and works better against the 12 card hand.
I suppose you could do either. I have the feeling that we're about to see a claim pop up, but down 1, as you say, Michael, the defense was tough at both tables, and they slipped a trick in both rooms, I believe. But still, 200 and 200 adds up to a lot of imps. 9 of them go in the way of nickel.
These players are getting older. They would rather slip a trick in both rooms than slip a disc in both rooms.
Hopefully that's not a problem that they have to deal with. I was certain that we were about to see a claim. I mean, I don't know what Rosenberg is trying to count out here, but it feels like this play could have been over a while ago. All right, we'll see the ace queen of hearts.
All right, so North has a nice little 6-4, but not that much in high cards. And East has a very nice hand. Max strong, no trump, 17, and has real. I mean, I suppose it's not inconceivable to make a takeout double, but 3-0 is sort of the normal reaction to 3 clubs with a 4-3-3-17. It's not risk-free opposite a past partner, but you just can't live in fear that, if your partner has nothing and everything's behind you.
Yeah, and Levin has decided to open 3 clubs, side 4-card major, only a 6-card club suit, but the hand just kind of feels preemptive. The clubs are so good and the hearts are so weak that he's happy to kind of trot out the preempt on this hand. So 3-0 from Rosenberg.
Yeah, okay. Okay, so Rosenberg is doubled.
Mm-hmm.
And I wonder if his plan is to bid 3-0 over a 3-spade advance. All right, well, Zach is not shy, I guess. not clearly worth 4 spades, in my opinion, but he did catch his partner with substantial extra values. Still, ace of clubs, queen of clubs, I think is going to beat 4 spades. So you get a ruff, and then once you have to lose a heart and a diamond still, I think.
Yeah, I think the singleton diamond in Levin's hand is maybe a more likely opening lead, but he could go ace of clubs, queen of clubs.
So if he leads the queen of diamonds, Declarer wins
Mm-hmm.
and draws trump.
Yep.
And that's a good start for Declarer because he's no longer getting a ruff. He still has to lose perhaps 2 clubs, a diamond, and a heart, unless he can make South win the diamond and play a heart. But South can always win the second diamond and just exit a third diamond.
Yeah. The
And
mirror
Declarer,
distribution is going to spell defeat for Declarer here.
the only question if Declarer can then get some sort of position against North in hearts and clubs to squeeze North without the count or something. I don't think he can. I think this is down slowly.
I guess without the defense setting up clubs, the king of hearts can rough out.
That is true.
So do we have enough time to do all of this? I suppose the answer is yes, right?
Because North can't get in. If you play ace of spades, king of spades, 10 of spades,
Mm-hmm.
I wonder if that's too many spades. Maybe you have to leave an extra spade entry to the east hand.
Well, if we then, so he does draw all 3 trumps. If we play ace of hearts and duck a heart,
South's on lead. We'll play clubs, the ace, queen of clubs. East's on lead.
but then we rough out the king of hearts, and now we lead a diamond over. So
yeah, I think that's good enough. Huh?
he's decided to lead a club up first.
What if after ace of hearts, heart, South wins the heart and then just plays king of diamonds, diamond?
It's still
I guess
okay. Then the king of clubs is the
yeah.
entry. Yeah, it's all about, we have 2 entries, and the more important thing is that North never gets in again. So even though they can set up clubs, which we know from the auction, they won't be able to get over there to cash it. So this feels like maybe Grossack played a little bit too fast here.
I wonder if he did. I wonder if he was too busy trying to figure out what swindle would work rather than trying to think about a legitimate chance of the king of hearts being short in the south hand.
Well,
And
now, counterpoint, how could the king of hearts possibly be short in the south hand, right? Because North has opened 3 clubs. It would be very unlikely.
2 spades and probably singleton diamond.
Yeah.
So it is starting to look like he has some heart length.
Mm-hmm. If the heart spots were a little bit better, maybe maybe this would have something going for it, where he might be able to force North into playing hearts himself. But I guess for that to work, he would have needed to keep a spade in the east hand. Yeah, I don't know.
So Zach is an incredibly quick analyst and an incredibly quick player. And sometimes I can't tell whether he's thought of all the possibilities and rejected the ones that we're talking about, or whether he's just figured like he's just playing cards and going for the swindle and trying to put as much pressure on the opponents as possible.
Mm-hmm.
And I like to think to myself that he's rejected the lines of play we're talking about, but I'm not convinced that's true. And I don't think he would tell me if I asked him afterwards.
Wow. Bobby, you didn't have to do that. The ace of clubs.
I think he's going to continue with the queen or 10 of clubs here,
Yeah, definitely.
even though he doesn't really see an entry to his hand. There's no point in him breaking up starting hearts. For all he knows, declares ace 10 doubleton and just blows a trick from shift to a heart.
Well, that's why I'm curious about the ace of clubs, because if his partner had a small singleton, what was he planning to lead now? But and it would have been perfectly fine for Weinstein to win the jack of clubs here. He would just go king of diamonds diamond.
There goes the late entry to the hearts.
Yeah. It's been over for a little while. That club lead up knocked out too many entries from the east hand. And kind of sadly for Declarer, if he was able to win this trick in his hand and cash 2 more trumps, we might see this 2-loser ending, known as a strip squeeze again. If North happened to hold the king of hearts, North would have to save that 10 of clubs, but Zach, realizing that he had no more chances, queen of clubs or queen of hearts covered, and now he just has 2 losers. The other table did really well on this one. They reached 3 no trump, and it might not be the greatest of contracts, but it does come home with that singleton diamond honor in the north hand and no way back over to the clubs.
So this is, the imps have started to fly the other way. Nichols picking up a little bit of momentum with back-to-back substantial swings on board 7 and 8. I assume they just overcalled 3 now with the east hand of the other table. We're allowed to play it there, and I see one precision 2 clubs, 2-0 overcall, and then they got to 3-0 on a choice of games auction, which was fine. There was no entry to the clubs.
Yeah, now in the other room, of course, the precision 2 club opener allowed East to overcall 2 no trump at a lower level, and they were able to find their spade fid and then, as Michael says, offer the choice of games. So halfway through the set, the players might be taking a little bit of a break. I know Zach might want to take a little bit of a break after that one. He'll probably very quickly realize, as Michael has pointed out, he's a fast analyst, that he could and probably should have made his contract in 4 spades by ducking a heart early.
Yeah, certainly after all 13 cards have shown up, Zach knows exactly how many tricks he might have taken on different lines of play. He's not the kind of person who is unaware after seeing all the hands what was possible. All right, yeah, I think they're taking a break. I think back-to-back, sort of like, a swindle that didn't, I'm not sure what swindle he was going for, but a swindle he tried on board 8 failed, and the decision to bid 5-4 on board 7 failed, and both sort of in rather spectacular fashion. It wouldn't hurt for them to go get a drink of water, go use the washroom, talk about something other than bridge for a moment, and then come back to
the Deadpool and Wolverine movie, maybe.
Yeah, it's a great topic of conversation.
For years to come, bridge players will remember this and decide they need to talk about the Deadpool and Wolverine movie. I hope they make a franchise about it. If they can make it like the Fast and Furious franchise and just have 10 of these movies, that would be great.
They could just play one every summer nationals.
In fact, if they could just set up like a viewing room, you know how they used to have, I don't know if they still do this, like a Vugraph theater at the Nationals where you can go and sit. Do they not have it anymore?
I love those Vugraph theaters, but I don't think they really have them so much anymore. The most recent Nationals, what they'll usually have is they'll have a projector where they're showing our ugly faces, and the hands. So they're actually showing like the BBO broadcast, and you'll see the text commentary from the ViewGraph commentators, but there's no ViewGraph show to engage the audience with. I try to be entertaining and witty as best I can through this, and also hit on the points that might be of interest to players of different levels, and I think you do the same thing. And when I was coming up as a player who was trying to learn, sitting in the ViewGraph theater was the most fun I'd have at nationals, because you had this great panel, somebody like Zia and Edgar Kaplan and Ron Anderson, whoever's on there, who has like these big personalities, and they're kind of going up against each other, and they had a great repartee, and they broke down the hands in an understandable way. And it was a wonderful experience for learning more about the hands, and those theaters would be packed. It'd be 200 people in the theater sometimes. So
oh yeah, I remember doing that when I was at nationals in like high school and college, going to the ViewGraph theaters and shouting out ridiculous suggestions from the peanut gallery to the commentators on stage. It was a good time.
I remember there was one of the last ones. They were up against I think it was like a Hammond. Someone had a canapé auction, and player on opening lead was thinking about which major to lead, and they were deep in the tank, and Z offered like 20-1 odds that he wouldn't lead Declare's first bid major. And the whole time I was thinking that he was going to do it. I felt like the fact that the longer he thought about it, the more likely he was that he was going to find the winning lead in Declare's major. And I just didn't have the courage to go up there and put that damn $20 bill on Zia's desk and say, I'll take it. I'm such a coward for not doing that. I really thought. It was ridiculous odds that Zia was offering on something that I thought was at least a coin toss.
Well, maybe they should bring them back, but instead of having ViewGraph theaters, they could have Marvel movie theaters, where they just put on the most recent Marvel movie, and that'll give the players something to decompress with if they're on break.
I remember when I was 17, I played in a youth NABC, and it was like some pair game, and there were 3 board rounds. We kept finishing early, and the ViewGraph theater was in the next room, and we were finishing the round early. I was running into the ViewGraph theater to watch a hand or two of the Spingold, and then running back into the ViewGraph into my event to play the next couple of hands. That's how addicted I was to watching bridge and these great rooms. All right, the players are back, and a new board is at the table.
Yeah, we have another doubled contract from the other room on this one. 4 spades doubled.
Wes is back to his habit of holding all middle cards. 4 spades doubled looks like it is not exactly down off the top. It's down off the bottom if you don't pick up the clubs. But you're only off a spade and 2 clubs for sure. Might well make 4 spades. And this could be an opportunity for the Rubenstein team to make some big inroads back into the match. I think it goes 1-0 trump past 4 hearts Texas.
Yeah, the other table, Nickel decided to treat the West hand as an invitational with 5 spades, and the East hand, strong no trump, just complete maximum, and 3 card spade support did accept.
And South maybe hit it, and then did Declare just get the Jack of Spades wrong rather than the clubs wrong?
That's a good question. I'll take a look through the play in a second, but Grossack here has decided to treat the hand as 6 spades invitational. Transfer to spades and raise shows the 6 trump.
I like that better than Stamen than 2 spades. That feels wrong to me. Partner's going to judge on the wrong things. Like, we can make game opposite a doubleton a spade. That's, ace and a spade, or even Jack 10 doubleton a spades could be a sufficient trump holding if partner is otherwise maximum. But there's too much. The reason I like Texas here is that I'm not sure that partner is going to judge correctly which hands to accept an invitation anyways. And the idea that you invite, partner with more than a minimum is more likely because they have more stuff, that some of their stuff will hit in the right spots. But and partner accepted, right? If partner's hearts and clubs were switched, game would be a lot worse, and yet we'd still be there. So maybe I should just supposed to bid the game myself, because if partner's not judging correctly, then maybe I should be the one to figure out whether or not we belong in game. So at any rate, Steph's not doubled this, and I think Declare Declare's in the game here.
Mm-hmm.
We'll see. Let's get your popcorn ready, because this is going to be an interesting one to play.
Yeah, and there's a bit of a subtle difference between the auctions in this room and the other room, because in the other room, with West having showed a 5-card invite and East having denied 4 cards in Stamen, it's much more likely the opponents are on a 5-3 spade fit, so there's a lot less distribution around the table. That means you can get away with kind of close doubles at both imps and match points or board a match, any form of scoring, when you think things are sitting well for your side. And South has almost all of the missing high cards for the defense sitting behind the no trump opener. So South is expecting to take quite a few more tricks, and that's what Joe Grew did in the other room. Here
Super
with
impressive, right?
Yeah, here with West showing the 6th trump, it's possible they're on a 6-3 fit.
Did Declare just take a first round finesse of the spade? Oh, he won it in hand and led the 10 of spades and South popped ace. Is that what happened?
There was an opening spade lead.
Well, that's going to resolve the issue of the spade jack.
It really is.
So now the only issue for Declarer is the clubs suit.
Yeah, which he might get wrong at this table.
So they got the clubs right at the other table, but the spades wrong, seduced by Joe Grew's double. And remember, the Grew and Moss have a habit of doubling extremely aggressively in situations where they sniff any blood. They're not shy about bringing back some 790s or 990s. They think they're going to come out ahead by the 500s that they pick up against the 100s at the other table. 500s versus the 200s, whatever it's happening. They also defend really well, so...
Yeah, that's not the play.
Yeah. He's playing the 9 of clubs. If he passes it, he's made it.
Wow! Look at that.
So 4 spades doubled, down 1 vulnerable, and undoubled making is 820.
Yeah, that's going to be 13 imps.
13. It's going to be a lot. 820
oh
is 13. Breaks at 900.
I wonder what caused Rosenberg to run the 9 of clubs there. It's an interesting decision.
Ace of Spades lead. I mean, the Ace of Spades lead certainly indicates that South was not happy about his lead, and maybe if South's clubs were Queen 10, he would have just led one.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe he thought that, and it's more likely that South's clubs were Ace Queen if South had 2 honors. South only has 1 honor. He's always gonna pick it up because he's gonna take 2 finesses, and one of them will work. South only has 1 of the cards. So in the only cases he has to worry about if South has 2 of them. Ace 10, he's fine by floating the 9, and then as long as he still has a guess on the next round.
Yeah, I was kind of thinking he might have played along partial elimination lines first. Heart to the ace, heart ruff, king ace of diamonds, heart ruff, then take a club hook, eventually ruff a diamond and take another club hook. But he was very confident about his read, and he got it right. Rosenberg tends to be correct when he has an inkling about the location of missing honors.
If South led a diamond, I don't think Declare's inferences would have been as strong. The Ace of Spades lead. All right, well, onto this hand. South has what most would consider to be a strong no trump.
Yeah. But Levin and Weinstein do not upgrade very frequently, especially not without 5-card suits. So
that's already happened at the other table, but I haven't looked. I would be shocked if Joe Grew opened this anything other than 1 no trump.
I think they're also playing... Grew did open a no trump. They might be playing a different range as well.
I mean, I would be shocked if Joe Grew opened something other than 1-0 Trump is something I could say on almost any deal.
They made 11 tricks in the other room, which I guess is somewhat likely here. Everything's friendly. You can go.
Diamond finesse is on. The spades are where you're going to play them to be. You may yet lose, well, at least a couple of spade tricks. You know, if you play club, 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 rough, ace of spades, spade, you lose 2 spades, and that's it.
Yeah, that line of play is going to work out great for Declare. Alternatives like leading a spade to the 10, maybe not as well, but given the location of the red suit honors, Declare will still come out fine.
You may see club, club, club roughed with the 10 for safety. You know, maybe the 10 forces the king if the jack is in the east hand and you're getting over roughed. It doesn't really help you as much on the second round as it would in a potential over-roughing situation where it might force a higher honor.
Yeah, I think I might run the queen of diamonds at trick 2 because I want to figure out what's going on with my red suit losers before I commit to tackling the trumps.
And you really only have one way to attack the diamonds, and setting up a diamond trick for a heart pitch or a club pitch. You're setting up 2 diamonds, you know. You play the queen of diamonds, it goes, loses the ace. You don't really have a club or a heart loser anymore. You just have the trumps to worry about.
Yeah. But Levin has decided to play a spade to the 10. And so things are still going to work out, but it's a lot more dicey for his side. I think it's probably still important to get this diamond hook.
Yeah, I was going to say, you could still play the queen of diamonds now while you have a trump and dummy to take care of the club if a club comes back.
Mm-hmm.
You certainly don't want to play ace of spades, spade, and then have them cash a club when they win it.
Right, and I think you also don't really want to rough the club and then cash the ace of spades, because then your very last entry to hand, a heart to the king, you don't get to pull the last trump yet, and then when you take a diamond finesse, if it loses, okay, Bobby is defying everything that I think he's going to do. So now he does cash the spade ace, and he will play a heart to the king.
He's not making 5 anymore.
Oh, no.
I think he's lucky to be making 4.
He is, in fact, very lucky to be making 4, but this king of diamonds in the pocket is going to see him home. Wait, is he making 4? 5? Sorry, hold on. Pause for a second. 10 of diamonds, pitch a heart, diamond rough, heart to the ace, trump coup. Okay. Push board. Don't worry, Bobby saw all this ahead of time.
All right, I take it back. The fact that he's certainly not making 5 anymore. My apologies, Bobby. You knew exactly what you were doing the whole time. I should have taken a heart finesse and then did the trump coup. That would have been more artistic.
The practice finesse. 650 and a push. Our second push of the entire set. Both of them coming in on boards 5 and 10. So I expect to see 4 of a major making 5 on board 15 as well.
All right, board 11 is going to hit the table momentarily.
Yeah, 5 boards to play in this segment. It's been a really nice set for Rubenstein.
Well, Zach could bid. Well, Zach could not bid. Zach might have bid something like 2-0 for the minors, but has chosen not to. And 11 has some sort of hyper small in hand. He might be able to bid Texas after Stamen, 4 diamonds to delay Texas to get partnered with 4 hearts.
Yeah. So 4 diamonds, showing the 6 hearts, and also promising 4 spades.
Clubs are friendly. Diamonds don't have any losers. You might lose 2 hearts and a spade.
I think the opening spade lead. So Zach might not lead his singleton spade. If he does, though, it's going to pick up the spade suit for a declarer.
I don't think he does, because he doesn't want to. He kind of knows that's Declare's side suit, so he doesn't necessarily want to find his partner's lower honors in that suit. A partner with just the queen or something is always like so pleased when you pick it up for him. King of Diamonds is sufficiently attacking, but I mean, there's a case. He just has so much of the side strength. It feels like you're unlikely to win with it by getting ace of spade rough. It's just hard for partner to have enough strength for that defense to be the one that is necessary.
Sure, so he does lead the King of Diamonds, and this also doesn't necessarily come without risks. Declare might later be able to take a roughing hook against his Queen of Diamonds. But I think very importantly for his side, it's going to be difficult for Declare to realize that he should be picking up the King 10 of spades on side. So Declare might instead play a spade to the queen and cash the ace, which would be a huge disaster on this lie of the cards.
Declare actually can set up a roughing finesse in diamonds, and if he does, he could set up a diamond winner so that he could avoid the winning club finesse.
Yeah, Declare will still have this issue about that 4th round of spades, though. So this is not an easy hand to play after the King of Diamonds lead. It would have been much simpler on the singleton spade lead. Ooh, Nickel also led the King of Diamonds in the other room. So we're going to take a quick peek at how Gru played it over there, just to... I assume there wasn't any action.
Gru probably took the best line, but usually does that.
Wow. Gru is a magician. I'm just going to say that. If you care, check out how Joe Gru handled the end position in that contract.
All right. I don't care, so I'm curious.
It was very nice. He kind of stranded a bunch of winners in his hand and end played his left-hand opponent at the same time. But we'll see what Weinstein does, because I think there's a lot of reasonable lines of play. He could rough a diamond at trick 2, which is what he elects to do. He's probably thinking it's more likely diamonds are 4-3 than 5-2, and he might be able to set up a long diamond in his hand.
Gru lost a club trick, and he made the contract.
He did.
That's the kicker.
He did.
He lost a club and 2 hearts is what he lost.
Yeah, so heart around to the ace. We're actually following almost card for card Gru's line of play in the other room.
So I expect Zach will also follow the defense at the other table and lead their spade, but he could lead back a second heart. I think that would be stronger defense than at the other table. He's leading back a low diamond.
Yeah, so this gives Declare a lot of flexibility as to what to do, and I'm certain Declare will discard. Zach is just really hoping that Rosenberg's 10 of diamonds on the second round was from like a 10-9 combination, and in reality, it wasn't.
Well, if he discards East roughs, and let's say he discards the club, East roughs plays the club back, Declare still has to find the Jack of Hearts. He hasn't found it yet, and still has the spade suit to worry about. And he could pitch a spade on this.
Oh, he's going to pitch a spade, right? Because if the Queen of Diamonds pops up, he has 2 winning diamonds in hand.
He certainly doesn't want to, come down to just the ace of clubs so that East can ruff this and put him in dummy with a club. He would rather, if East going to come back a club, he's going to be in his hand.
Yeah. That is definitely the case.
But there's also a case for roughing this, right?
If I said no, would you be mad at me? would Weinstein be mad at me afterwards once he's roughed? I don't really see the argument for roughing. We know the King of Diamonds is in West's hand from the opening lead.
I think we know the diamond layout because, and why would Zach be leading a low diamond if his partner had any left?
Mm-hmm.
And we know that Zach hasn't led a club. There's a pretty good chance he actually has the king of clubs here to not have wanted to play a club, which is another indicator to not pitch a club from the dummy because if we think the club finesse is just winning. We're not entirely sure what's going on in the heart and spade suits, and we certainly don't know that West was 5-5 in the minors. Well, I don't envy Weinstein. This is tougher defense by Grossack than happened in the other room, where I think the spade lead just sort of forced Declarer into a winning line of play. He found an obscure one, but nonetheless a winning one.
Oh, he does pitch the club. So yeah, as you say, now a club exit is going to be marked. Declare. Oh.
West can't be void in spades. Now, Declare certainly doesn't want to lose a spade finesse to West and have another diamond come back, though. Declare doesn't know where the king of spades is because by the defense could easily be indicating that West has the king of spades. Declare can't pop the ace of spades here to draw the trump and then hope to bring in the spades later.
Yeah. Okay. I see what's going on. I mean, Rosenberg was prepared for this. So he was ready with this 5 of spades switch.
Declare was just down on a club back, though, right? I know. I guess he could have taken 2 spade finesses.
No, I mean, Declare just cashes the heart king, plays a spade to the queen, and then takes a roughing hook and diamonds. He's just claiming, in fact, once the jack of hearts falls. So, yeah, this is really strong defense from Rosenberg. So now a heart to the king. And now Declare has to guess the spade suit. But I think he's going to guess it right. I think he's going to run the 8 of spades.
I think he thinks the king of spades is in the west hand, so he's like, well, spade to the queen's hopeless, so I might as well just finesse against the 10. Yeah. It's not hopeless. It could be king 10 in the west hand.
Right. He could
play a couple trumps first.
He could barely make against spades splitting 2-2, but otherwise his best chance is to pick off the 10 of spades in east. Really tough defense by Grossack and Rosenberg to give a Declare a chance to go wrong here. Oh, he played a spade to the queen. So down 1.
Wow.
10 imps to Rubenstein.
Maybe it wasn't just Joe Grew who was a magician the way he made 4 hearts, but it was also Zach and Michael who were the apprentice magicians for beating it.
Grossenberg, I think that's their partnership name. Grossenberg.
Well, that's gross. A lot of these partnerships have names. Some of them probably have not even heard their nicknames. It might not have been said to their face. Uh, I know when Brad played with Fred, we would call them Fred and Brad, just like it was Chew and Lip instead of Chip and Lou.
I'm a big fan of the last name combining. I mean, like Meckwell
Telsby
used
and
to roll off the tongue.
yeah, Meckwell and Martelsby, and well, it didn't really work with like Pendra Ross.
Maybe you should
I guess
choose your partnerships based on last name cohesion.
Mashability.
Yes.
That's why I've never found anyone to play with.
Same, I guess.
All right, a little bit of a delay before board 12. I wonder if
Another break. This time Weinstein and Levin need the break.
another quick cup of water.
Hey, it worked
You
out
want
for
a cup of water,
Grossack and
Steve? I'm going
Rosenberg.
over to the cooler. Anyone else want a cup of water? Michael, you good? All right, I'll just back in a couple minutes. All right.
Yeah. You just hear yelling from the bathroom down the hall. I mean, look, the break for Grossack and Rosenberg won them 23 umps on the next 3 boards. So maybe I'll do the same for Levin and Weinstein. 72 imps scored on this set so far.
Play has concluded in the other room. So if you want to take a long enough break, you actually could track down your teammates at this point.
It's
I'm
the
joking.
fated 4 of a major on every divisible by 5 board. Board 15, 4 spades was bidden made with an overtrick.
I haven't looked at it. Maybe it's rates to be an unflat board, but I think my pattern recognition tells me that it will be a very flat board. Board 12 has hit the table, and this is a slam zone alert, but not a slam alert so much.
Yeah, and also, I mean, it looks more attractive to me on the north-south cards at first glance to just try and play no trump. As
If
opposed
North
to...
had opened a diamond, South was going to be doing a lot of stuff. I don't think South opened 4-0.
We have missed the auction. Vugraph Operator also went on break and came back to 4 no trump, north-south.
South, if it came around to South, I think they would open 2-0. The North might well have opened the bidding. Like a diamond, 2 clubs, 2-0, 4-0, something like that. I'm going to stick with that was the auction. Then North will be playing it, not South. Diamond, 2 clubs, 2 diamonds, 2-0, 3-0, 4-0. 2-0 is forcing.
Yeah, makes sense. So how is Declare going to do in this contract? The diamonds are pretty foul, but there are plenty of entries to the north hand. The opening heart lead has kind of cut the defender's communication in hearts.
All right. I think he plays ace of diamonds and a diamond, trying to establish the diamonds. Gets the bad news. East wins and shifts to a club or a spade, probably a club, to try to further sever the communications. He wins and Dami knocks out the other diamond and is soon claiming losing 2 diamonds.
Yeah,
It's
well,
like 4 diamonds, 3 clubs is 7, 2 hearts is 9, a spade is 10.
yeah, it's really easy on that line of play when East doesn't have another heart to return. But the problem occurs if we go ace of diamonds, diamond, West shows out, East wins, and then plays back another heart. Now our ace of hearts gets knocked out.
That's our late entry to the clubs.
Yeah. But maybe it's still okay. We're still probably fine if the spade finesse is working. We could duck the heart return, win the ace of hearts, cross to the Jack of Spades and then knock out the last diamond?
I'm pretty sure at this point, from Weinstein's point of view, that however he plays it, it feels like after he picks his cards, East West will then be able to rearrange their cards to make it so it's going to give him the most possible problem. So when it goes Ace of Diamonds, the show out is like almost assured. He already knows it's going to happen. When East wins the King of Diamonds, the fact he doesn't have a heart left is going to just shock.
I hope he's been practicing as Bridge Master then, because they do that in that series.
Exactly. He's playing against the Bridge Master opposition. They can move their cards around to annoy you. All right. Well, he's starting with a low diamond to the queen, which I guess preserves an extra entry to the south hand in some cases, but it also does block the diamond suit for the moment. It means that, like, if the club entry gets blown off the dummy, he actually can't play on diamonds more because the diamonds are still blocked.
Yeah, so what happens on a club back? We play a diamond to the ace, right?
And get the bad news. The spade finesse is working, and we may need the spade finesse in that position.
Can we switch to clubs? So we'll have 2 diamonds. Clubs actually do split, so we'll get 4 clubs. 3 hearts and a spade. It looks like he's done okay combining his chances, actually. If he abandons diamonds now, he will pick up the clubs.
That's 4 clubs and 2 diamonds is 6. 2 hearts is 8. Spade is 9. He needs to set up another spade or heart trick still to get to 10.
Yeah, but we know where the King of Hearts is. Or at least we know that the King of Hearts is... We're going to score a 3rd heart by leading up to the Jack eventually, Ace of Hearts heart.
You could take a spade finesse right now since that sets up a trick for him, and if it works, then it's an extra entry to the dummy.
Oh, this is true. Although, then we won't have set up the long club.
It'd be kind of hilarious if you took a spade finesse now, it lost, and now a heart came back.
Okay, Zach pitched the 3 of hearts. He's been making just all of these double dummy plays for a while. He can't keep it up for the whole time. If he had pitched the 8 or 9 of hearts, though, yeah, Declare would have to be worried that the 3 of hearts was still in East Sand. I think I like Ace King of Clubs. We have to find discards from the north hand, though.
Well, if you're giving up on diamonds, then you can just give up on diamonds and just pitch 3 diamonds on Ace King and a club.
Yeah, see, that was kind of my intention.
That could go down if the spade finesse is off, right? Can't. Maybe not. Once you play Ace of Hearts and a heart, you eventually pitch the Jack of Spades, and the West will just have to give you the Jack of Hearts, Ace of Spades, and Jack of Diamonds.
I guess we can't do everything, so maybe we just duck a club now. I was hoping that if I could cash the Ace King of Clubs and see West show out, that I could revert back to maybe the spade finesse and pick up diamonds, but I think it's too much.
This was definitely more complicated than just playing Ace of Diamonds and a diamond to the Queen. Sort of in the natural order of unblocking the diamonds. When you get in with the Queen of Clubs, you can keep attacking the diamonds.
Right. But yeah, ducking a club feels like the way to go.
They went down 5 diamonds on the other room.
Oh, they did. I know.
Looking for slam on the hand, which it was a slam zone hand, but not a good hand to be at the 5 level. So Gruen Moss opened to weak 2 diamonds, kind of the maximum north hand, and Tuno has been forcing in 3 hearts, probably showed some pattern-like thing, and South just took a shot at 5 diamonds, which, looking at the north hand, is usually going to make, but bad diamond split and the heart hook offside, I think couldn't. He didn't need the spade finesse. Strangely enough, the working spade finesse didn't help him because he could pitch something on the clubs, but he can't pitch 3 hearts on the clubs, not quickly enough. This could sort of be a swing back to nickel, assuming that Weinstein finds one of the lines of play that results in 10 tricks. And I think a lot of the cards South could play from his hand right now would result in 11 tricks. Like, I haven't looked at it, but it wouldn't shock me if every single card is green right now in the Weinstein hand. Even the Queen of Spades might be green. And that's a terrible card to play.
I wonder if the Ace of Hearts is good enough. Ace of Hearts would be the one I'm scared of, but yeah. All the other cards certainly look like they can still make it, at least on a double dummy basis. I'm falling back on low club exit, just hope that clubs are 4-3, because what you really don't want to do is go ace king of clubs and then another club, and you have to make so many discards from the north hand.
But you could definitely make it on. If you play ace of hearts, ace king of clubs, spade finesse. I guess then you can't play towards the heart jack. Yeah, the ace of hearts would be a bad card for South to play. But I'm not convinced he goes down on it. I think you could play ace of hearts, ace king of clubs, pitching hearts, spade finesse, jack of diamonds, diamond. East can win, cash a club, but then has to put you in the north hand with a spade. So my theory is ace of hearts is green.
Oh, yeah, that's true as well. In fact, you can make 11 tricks on this line of play. Or 10, maybe. I guess 10. East does get the 10 of clubs and 10 of diamonds.
One of the nice things about that line of play is that East gets all the defensive tricks.
You think Grossack is a bit of a trick hog, and he's going to be upset that Michael has scored all of the defensive tricks on this one?
I did.
Yeah, so the plan that I was kind of thinking of here, just to fully flesh it out, is, okay, he does cash the ace of clubs. I guess he's worked out that maybe he's okay on this line.
Well, he worked out his pitch on the ace of clubs. I'm surprised he didn't also work out his pitch on the king.
Okay, now we have to play another club, because otherwise we don't have the entries to set up and cash our long club. So this gets us up to 9 tricks.
On the faith that Michael is out of hearts. No, he pitched a diamond. So he still play a diamond and play the dummy.
Yeah, I actually, in hindsight, I don't know why this wasn't so clear. Of course, we can just pitch all the diamonds. So a diamond back, Declare can pitch a spade from hand, or I guess at this point he can pitch a heart and go ace of spades, jack of spades.
So he'll cross the ace of hearts, cash the club, pitching the jack of spades, and lead a heart up towards
the jack. Yeah, so this was what I mentioned like 8 hours ago while Weinstein was thinking, is that we know where the king of hearts is. So we don't need to worry about the king of spades or anything else. We just need the clubs to split 4-3, and this line of play is going to guarantee our 10 tricks. So well spotted by Steve Weinstein. And 12 imps to nickel. Well done.
Nickel doesn't win small swings, apparently.
No, 12, 10, and 9 so far this set, but they're still down 22.
2, 6, and 1.
22 on the segment, 25 in the match.
Well, another exciting looking hand. This one is definitely in the slam zone. And
so Bobby opened 3 clubs earlier on 6-4 with a 6-card minor and 4 hearts to the jack. Is he going to open 3 diamonds on this one?
I think you can make 7 here, right? You can draw the trumps. You could pitch 2 clubs on the 4th heart and the ace of diamonds. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 tricks. I'm surprised they only took 12 tricks in the other room, because it looks like you're just going to take 13 because you're going to draw trumps. You'll play ace hearts, heart to the queen. You'll mark heart, finesse, and claim.
Yeah, it looks to me like there was just a missed score in the other room. The line of play is kind of what you said: heart to the ace, heart to the queen.
Heart to the king. Okay, so there's actually 13 tricks made. So the goal is to get to 7. If West is able to make a spade positive, East can kind of visualize the Grand Slam.
They did make a spade positive in the other room, and I'm a little bit surprised that Zach wasn't able to do so. I wonder if his thinking is like, especially given that North didn't open, North doesn't have anything to preempt, so I'm just going to bid 2 diamonds. If my partner has hearts, then I'm happy to raise hearts, and then we can get on a slam train in the heart suit immediately. But the 3 diamond bid is certainly going to make Grossack very upset.
Well, especially when South boosts the diamonds. I like positives to always deliver a 6th card. I don't believe that like King, Queen, Jack, 5th should be a positive. I think positive slam bidding after 2 club opening bids is all revolving around 6 card suits. And that's what responders, if responders going to go out of their way to interrupt openers auction, it should be because they have a long suit, not just because they have a medium length suit. Well, I think they're going to get there, is my prediction.
Oh, God, no. There's...
This is poker, right? Zach just like, they think I've got a grand. I think I got a grand. If 3 of the 4 players at the table think I've got a grand slam, then maybe I do.
But there's no way to
like
bluff them
balance.
into a losing action. You can't bid 8 diamonds anymore. I mean, 6 spades at least has the vig that if the opponents save in 7 diamonds, it might be a phantom.
Well, Michael knows that Zach has chosen right.
Yes.
You think like as a practical joker, you start by putting down the 7 deuce of spades in dummy and put down the rest of your hand, and then finally put down the queen jack of spades. It's the last 2 cards.
Well, this auction originally wasn't going the way that Zach wanted, but he found a way around it. Wow.
In a sense, he knew he was never going to be able to have an intelligent auction now that they blew them up to the 5 diamonds. So he took his guess. As the opponents, partner didn't want to double 3 diamonds. They bid up to 5 diamonds. Partner's got like 22 balanced with nothing in diamonds. How can I make less than 7 spades?
Mm-hmm. And he's somewhat right.
You could almost make more.
There's still only 13 tricks available on every deal.
They could make 7 now, so it's sort of like technically kind of 10 points more. So this is we think going to be 13 imps.
Yeah, 13 imps the way of Rubenstein. And they're continuing to pile on the pressure. Nickel's going to have a lot of work to do in this 4th quarter if they want to make a comeback. Now, Nickel and Katz will be out.
I think he's going to rough this, draw trumps, play ace hearts, heart to the king. I suppose he could just win this and pitch a club. It's fine too.
All right. Ace of Diamonds wins. I don't think it's productive to run a bunch of spades before doing anything else. Now that West has shown out of diamonds, the defense knows they can just pitch a bunch of diamonds. But he might end up doing that.
That's not a very patient. That's a very patient line of play for a player who jumped 7 spades.
Now, something that he probably does know is that on this auction, Levin is going to be very distributional because he didn't preempt in first seed. Therefore, that 3 diamond bid is tending to show a side alternative strain that he might have wanted to end up in. In this case, it's hearts. So ace of hearts, heart to the queen. Even if Weinstein had followed to this trick, I think there's a really strong case that Zach would have just played a heart to the 10 on the next round of the suit. He probably would have run a bunch of spades first, but
He certainly cashed the ace king of clubs before making a play like spades to the 10.
yeah.
Or to the 10. And
But
he
I
might
have
just
some
cash the.
Yeah, I mean, I have some suspicion that he probably would have hooked the 10 of hearts, thinking that what other reason could Bobby not have opened 2 diamonds in first?
Yeah.
Well, they play Flannery.
I think
3
he's a play
diamonds
of hearts
in
to the
first seed.
queen. And if everyone follows, cash the ace king of clubs, ruff a diamond, run the rest of his trumps, and eventually take a heart finesse, if that was the case. But when he plays the heart off the dummy and stuff, shows out he just claims. Oh, is he cashing the ace king of clubs before? I mean, I would like to make sure that North doesn't have all 5 clubs. So I want to play a second round of hearts before cashing the king of clubs. This is going to work. This isn't. I don't like this line of play as much as checking the second round of hearts before cashing the ace king of clubs. So if North showed out on the second round of hearts, I would want to keep that club finesse in my pocket.
Well, there's the 6 of hearts, so now he can just safely cash the queen of hearts, and it is all over. No matter who has the jack of hearts, they would get squeezed. 13 imps. So the lead is all the way up to 38.
Well, we think that board 15 is going to be a push, but let's see what happens on board 14.
Well, we already knew that coming in. They're guaranteed to have swings on all of the other boards, but 5, 10, and 15 are pushes and 4 of a major making 5. Okay, another break. No? Oh my god. What is this?
How is this not a slam hand in the other room? Or they played in hearts instead of spades? I wonder if North-South somehow got involved enough in the auction that they found the wrong major.
Wow.
Just a heart, 2 diamonds. Northwest opened 2 clubs.
So Zach does open 2 clubs. North is going to bid diamonds.
Really?
I wonder how many.
He may still be counting up his 13 imps from the last hand and just pass because he's busy, counting on his fingers and toes.
North is not bidding diamonds. Okay.
So they probably are going to have like this little cokish thing where East is frozen out of doing anything normal for a round of bidding, while West is disambiguating the fact that he had hearts and spades.
Mm-hmm.
So East has to bid 2 spades, and now West, I guess, bids 3 spades. And it's an awkward auction, right? Because don't have suit agreement, and you're at 3 spades. So what I like to do here in any situation like that where there are 2 suits is 4 clubs agrees hearts and 4 diamonds agrees spades. And with some forward going interest, and 4 hearts and 4 spades are just a play without any forward going interest. And I think king 4th of spades may be enough to sort of, say I have something positive with spades if they have that kind of agreement. It looks like they do. I'm guessing 4 diamonds just has a good 4 spade bid.
Yeah, so this will allow West to, get some slam tries in, as well as show off the fact that East actually has some values. Because, of course, East might just have, 3 small spades, a singleton heart, and, 4 smalls, 5 small in the minors, and he has to do something at this point in the auction.
7 spades, just looking at the East-West cards, is not a terrible contract.
No.
If spades are 2-2 and hearts are 3-2, you're cold. Because you just draw 2 rounds of trumps, ruff a heart, pitch the clubs on the heart, and ruff a club.
Yeah, and otherwise you can fall back on the heart finesse when spades are 3-1, which happens to be on.
If they bid up to 7 spades on this lie of the cards, I think they're likely to go down, in which case their teammates could say to them, 6 would have been enough.
You think they're going to go down in 7 spades? I think Michael's going to make it. Maybe we'll see.
Yeah, I mean, you can't ruff 3 things in the East Hand.
No, I think you just pull 3 rounds of trumps and then run the 9 of hearts.
Well, that would be the path to victory. And I guess once trumps go 3-1, maybe that's just your best chance. It probably is. And for anyone who's wondering about why you wouldn't cash a high one in case there's a singleton queen before running the 9 of hearts, Rob is absolutely correct. While cashing a high one is a safety play against a singleton queen, it's a danger play against singleton 8, 7, 4, or 3, 4 times as likely. So I think this is just key card in spades. Partner's going to show 1, and he's going to bid 7 spades.
And then it's to Michael Rosenberg to show off his technique. Oftentimes a trump is going to be the right lead against... Oh, but you know what? Weinstein might put a high heart on the table at trick 1. Okay, never mind. Zach decides to go
He just bid 6.
low road, 6
All right,
spades.
6 is enough. It's a funny hand. If spades were 2-2, you'd never make 7 spades with the hearts 4-1 because you're just going to play to rough down the queen of hearts, and that doesn't happen. You don't have enough. You run out of trumps. You can rough 2 hearts and pitch 2 clubs on the jack 10 of hearts. You no longer have a trump left to rough the 10 of clubs. With 3-1 spades, you're going to take the heart finesse. The club lead actually makes this a dangerous contract.
Yeah, club lead declare could easily go down. But it's...
Yeah, club lead kind of makes it almost a 5 or 7 hand. Well, no, spades are going to go 3-1. If you were in 7, I guess you'd still take the heart finesse. But in 6, you could just try to rough down the queen of hearts.
Right.
But if North was on lead, they would just lead a high diamond and the whole hand would be over.
Yeah, so with Weinstein on lead, he needs to...
North forgot to bid diamonds, so
he leads a club. I don't know. Rosenberg might go down here. Okay.
I think he's very likely to go down.
Yeah, he pulls 1 round of trumps, so he's definitely going to try a second round. If trumps are 2-2, he just has a claim. And then he'll probably think for a minute. Because this is a big decision. He knows that, some small percentage extra chance could see him winning 11 imps rather than losing 11.
I think he's just going to play ace of hearts, king of hearts after drawing the trump. It makes on 4-1 hearts in the north. It makes on all 3-2 heartbreaks. It makes on singleton queen of hearts in the north. The only combination it loses is this specific hand. And boy, was Levin smart to not overcall 2 diamonds.
Yeah, and then Steve found the club lead.
And I like that Zach actually bid key card with the void. So in case there was an ace on lead, they would lead it. They'd be much more likely to lead it, especially if Levin was on lead with the ace king. No chance he would look somewhere else. He would just lead the diamond, and we wouldn't be having this discussion. The player would just make the hand. He could just give up the heart and rough the club. Or no pressure. The player could do anything, just draw trumps, and as long as they leave a trump in the east hand, they're going to make it.
So I guess what we've learned from this is that Kokish is a terrible convention and they need to remove it from their card. They put the wrong player on opening lead.
Well, my inversion on Kokish it would go 2 clubs, 2 diamonds, 2 no showing hearts, 3 clubs, basically Stamen, 3 spades. And now go 3 spades, 4 spades probably, but it may go 3 spades, 4 clubs, or 4 diamonds. Probably just bid 4 spades because I don't have the king of spades as the only hand, but then West bids again and East accepts.
What a tough spot for Rosenberg now. I mean, something he could do, which would also see him going down, is go ace king of hearts right now, which doesn't ever cost. So he might end up choosing that route. Ace of hearts.
King of hearts, rough.
It doesn't exactly help because all we're picking up is, I guess, 5-0 trumps or 5-0 hearts in the north via this line.
I think he has to play the next trump before playing another heart because North could have all 4 hearts.
Yeah, but it doesn't matter, right? He knows South is out of trump, so King of Hearts, Jack of Hearts, roughing hook. Yeah, Grossack is going to be kicking himself. He could have bid 7 spades twice in a row and made it.
That's funny. If you're in 7, you're going to make it. You can't make 6.
No.
They underbid. It was their fault for underbid. I thought he might have actually bid 7 spades once he found a key card. And had he bid 7, I think they would have gone, would have had a grand slam swing. All right, so we think this board is going to be pushing 4 spades, making 5.
So if that does end the set, 108 imps scored over 15 boards between these two teams. Rubenstein will go into the final segment of play ahead by 28. And they're looking to be some of the upset kings of the tournament. They've battled through some tough teams, and taking out Nickel, the remaining highest seed in the event, with Fleischer having gone out early, would, I think, put them as one of the favorites going into tomorrow's semifinals. But Nickel is not going to go down without a fight, as they rarely do. We'll see a big fight in the 4th quarter of play. So spade, 2 spades. South with the good 17. Probably just going to bid a game. I assume 3-no is also going to make with the friendly diamond layout. It's 4 spades, 2 hearts, 3 diamonds, and a club. Weinstein does offer the choice. Levin does correct to 4 spades. So King of Spades offside, King 10 doubleton of diamonds onside. Means Declare is just going to lose a club and a spade. 11 tricks.
Let's lead passively with a spade. I mean, hearts are implied sort of on his right with the 3-no trump call. He kind of knows there's sort of a balanced whatever. So, yeah, he does lead a passive spade, trying to not stop and not blow a trick. He declares just going to finesse at trip 1. East will win and shift, probably to a heart.
Yeah, heart looks most attractive looking at that dummy. I mean, maybe he'll fire back at Trump, hoping that he can prevent a heart ruff.
Yeah, that's actually just follow your partner's defense.
Yeah, and then Declare will just win the Queen of Spades in hand, preserving that Ace of Spades to ruff the 3rd heart just in case something goes haywire. Ruff the 3rd heart with the spade ace, cross to the club ace, pull the last trump, and then try the diamond suit. I mean, maybe he'll cross to the 10 of clubs. Club to the 10.
So he's only lost 1 trick, and they made 5. I guess the diamonds are never providing 4 tricks.
No.
So you're So we're thinking this is a push forward.
Yeah,
Which
so
is what we said all
128,
along.
101 in this match. I'm going to give a quick update to everyone else on the other quarterfinals before we get kicked out of the table here. Leonardin is up by 32 over Rosenberg. Goldberg and Delimpletadakis is a very close match. Goldberg down by 1. And Zimmerman against Street is also very close, with Street having a huge third quarter, putting themselves up by 6.
Interesting. I will acquiesce to whichever maybe whichever match goes up first that's close, so we get the most viewership. I guess we will be back in just a tiny bit.
Yeah, stay tuned. Fourth quarter of action coming up in just a few minutes. Stick around as Declare plays out the last couple of tricks.
Yeah,
10
just
of
in
diamonds
case
falls.
there's a squeeze, so play the Jack 7 of spades, or maybe he'll claim saying, is there a squeeze? And I'll say no.
Yeah. All right, 27 imps. Rubenstein looks to be in the lead, but Nickel will fight back. Exciting fourth quarters coming up in all 4 matches. We'll see you in
About
just
10
a few
minutes. Take care.
All right. Yeah, board 15 was the third push of the set. There were 3 pushes, and they were all boards 5, 10, and 15. And not only that, all of the pushes were in 4 of a major, making 5. And they were all north-south in 4 of a major, making 5. So first we had 4 hearts by north, then we had 4 spades by north, and then south started getting his opportunity. So south played 4 spades. If we got to board 20, wait, my prediction, hold on, should I put up a prediction in the chat? Is that board 20 will be 4 hearts in the south, making 5. Because they are going to play boards 16 through 30. Okay, which match should we watch? It looks like Leonardin Rosenberg is going to be up soon, but that match is not as close. We just finished Nickel Rubenstein. That match is also not as close. Zimmerman Street looks like they're on break now, so we could head over to that match. Most people want to watch Nickel Rubenstein just because of the players. Here, I'll put up a quick poll. I know that a lot of the North American audience wants to watch the Nickel match, but I think a lot of my viewers are not North American audience. Yeah, Zimmerman's down a little bit right now. Oh, whoops. I'm sorry, YouTube. I tried to poll you. Oh. YouTube is not letting me poll. If you want to get a vote in, type in YouTube chat. But if I see that you're double voting on Twitch and YouTube, insta ban. Boy is out. Yeah. Sadly, they lost yesterday. Or 2 days ago, even? 2 days ago, maybe. Zimmerman Street is back up. Do I know what happened? I didn't see. No. Exciting first board in Zimmerman Street. Do we have to go there? This table hasn't even started up. Chat has voted 4-3 for nickel. I don't know. Michael, did you vote? Be honest. If Michael didn't vote and wants to watch Zimmerman Street, we'll watch that match. What is Bridge Baron and where can you get it? So it used to be some software company with, it was like one of the first like softwares that did like bridge robots and stuff like that. Yeah, there's already a commentator at one table in Zimmerman Street. I know, I told them to go to the other table. This one. I don't know if Michael's here. If Michael's not here, then maybe we'll go to nickel. They haven't started up yet. I mean, this is still quarter 3, so we don't have nickel coverage yet. You think Zimmerman is purchasing the poll? I had Bridge Baron back in high school. It was one of those like old school programs, and they thought they were good at like computer bridge. There's I knew one of the guys who worked there, so when I had the thing in high school, I concocted an auction where I just like passed about 10 times and then I saved 6 diamonds favorable and no one doubled me and I just went down 11 tricks. And they were like, "Can you please send a bug report?" That was awesome. Computer bridge is hard. Okay, Nickel Rubenstein. Let's go. So we just watched Grossack and Rosenberg, and damn, did they shit the bed hard. Wait, no, it was Nickel who shit the bed hard. Yeah, I'm not gonna watch that Bobby Levin clown anymore. We're gonna go to Gru, Moss, Hampson, and Greco because this will be fun. All right, chat. See you later. Welcome back, everyone. That was a short break. I guess the players really wanted to get started with fourth quarter of action. So Nickel behind by 27, but we've seen them do it time and time and time again, make a comeback in the fourth quarter. These really tough matches at the end of tournaments. On this hand, it looks like things are very friendly for Declare. King, Jack of clubs both in the pocket means Declare can just drive out the ace of spades to make 4 of a major. $480. So I think Michael will be joining me momentarily to jump onto commentary. If not, if he's headed to a different match. There are quite a few exciting matches towards the end of the set. Zimmerman Street is very close, as well as Delimpel Tadakis and Goldberg, I believe. We're on to board 17. North will pass. East-West are playing a strong club in this seat. So East opens a club. He's got a balanced 18 count. West will bid a diamond.
Hi.
Welcome back.
My zucchini soup.
One no trump by East. 17
So I think
19.
this is their big club auction, right?
Yeah. Not vulnerable. They play the strong club. Greco Hampson always play a strong club. So we're likely to see a lot of precision auctions in this room.
So one knows probably something like 16 to 18 or 17 to 19 or something.
Yeah, I think 17 to 19, but could
Yeah,
be
13 to
wrong
15 no trump is kind of awkward. I think most precision players have moved away from it.
No, Moss has one of these could go either way hand types. I mean, it's a 6 count. Even if his partner has a maximum or an accept, 3 no trump might just go down on bad splits or bad luck.
No matter what your no trump range is, there's always going to be some hand the partner holds. They don't know what to do.
Yeah, and it feels kind of like this might be it for this pair.
Defense can hold off on diamonds and clubs, but if they hold off on 2 diamonds, the clerk can play a third round of diamonds, overtake one of the clubs, score 3 diamonds, and 2 clubs is 5. 2 hearts is 7. A spade is 8. So they're getting pretty close. Might be able to take a second spade trip for 9.
Okay.
2 spades was a range ask, I assume, and 2 no showed a min.
Yeah, 2 spades range ass, 2 no trump minimum on the 4-3-3.
Game's actually not bad here at all, given sort of like where the spots are. The 10 of clubs is useful. The 10-9 of spades are useful. The heart finesse is, we can see is in the wrong hand, but the game is actually okay. East West, not great, but okay. I think South leads the 10 of hearts. The 9 of hearts.
On the previous board in the other room,
Or
Declare
the 7 of hearts.
did not make 12 tricks, so 1 imp already going the way of nickel. They're going to need to pick up more than 1 imp aboard, but it's a good start for them.
1 board almost good enough.
Yeah, so kind of as he suggested, Declare is working on diamonds first to try and set up the long diamond in the west hand, knowing that he has club entries to the west to be able to get over there and cash the long diamond. If he instead set up clubs, the defense could just duck the king and queen of diamonds and prevent Declare from accessing the 4th round of clubs.
Trick 1 was interesting from Greco's perspective. 7 of hearts to the 8 and queen. I don't think his partner was probably the 8 from Jack 8, so he knows Declare's got the ace, queen, jack of hearts.
Right.
And from partner's count card, he also knows that Declare has 4 hearts, so he knows the exact heart layout.
Okay, so Greco wins the ace of diamonds and now does not want to be on lead.
Yeah. I was thinking he might have ducked the first diamond, won the second, and played a third himself.
Mm-hmm.
which he might also have done with ace third of diamonds just to, get out his own way. Although I think a lot of hands, ace third of diamonds might have ducked first and second diamond. See, sure, club entering dummy, so it's not clear. And Declare would have to make some of these inferences, and they're really not strong inferences.
Yeah, I feel like Greco's probably going to switch to a spade here. The question is just going to be which one. If his partner has like queen fourth or even king fourth of spades, it could be important to get the spades moving.
I think he's going to continue diamonds. I don't think he wants to. I think it's between diamonds and clubs. I really think it's too scary to lead a spade from the jack with a 10-9 and dummy. Hearts are out. Diamonds could be fine if Declare had started with king queen fourth of diamonds, your diamonds were dead anyways.
Mm-hmm.
Partner hasn't really had a chance to give him suit preference. So I like ducking the king of diamonds. I think I would know better what to do on the second run of diamonds.
Yeah, I mean, ducking the king of diamonds might work out spectacularly poorly, though, if Declare started with king and one.
It would.
So a lot of the times you want to make sure that you know what you're doing if you're going to win a trick. But I think Greco just decided it was too much of a risk to give up a trick to a potential king doubleton of diamonds, and he won. It's very scary
Greco.
to lead all three of the missing suits. I mean, if Declare's clubs are ace 9 third, then a club switch blows a trick. The diamond switch is just going to give a Declare a diamond guess most of the time here. Hearts is known to be bad because we paid attention to trick 1, the 7 of hearts to the 8 and queen. Maybe partner could play the 8 of hearts from ace 8 third. Probably not.
Greco can be a very deliberate player. His tempo is usually good on like 80 to 90% of the hands, but sometimes he will find himself deeply in the weeds and take a very long time to make a decision.
Yeah, so he does switch to a spade. He decides to switch to a low spade, probably for this reason that if his partner has king fourth or queen fourth, he does want him to lead it back. So spade to the 10 and ace. This does give up 2 spade tricks to Declare. Hampson's going to play a heart through. And how is Declare going to end up? Declare can duck this heart. And Greco can win and continue spades. So North is still going to score the club ace. Oh, 9 tricks. 150.
North had all the 8s and all the 6s and a pair of aces. Chinese poker, please.
That is a pretty good North hand for Chinese poker.
Not a great hand for odd even discards.
So Gru has a 13 count. They're playing precision in this seat, and I think they play a good 13 to 16 no trump, so he does open 1 no.
I don't think anyone does anything over this. North has graduated from all 6s and 8s to all jacks, which is only a modest improvement.
Yeah, it's a 14 count. He might think he could have the best hand at the table, but he's going to let it go. So Greco on opening lead. I guess you lead a second high start. Diamonds split. The Jack of Hearts is going to get picked up at trick 1 if South does lead a heart. So that'll be 7 tricks already. And then the Ace of Clubs is on side. And in the meantime, the defense will be able to score not very many tricks.
So diamonds are breaking.
Mm-hmm.
That's 5. Got 2 hearts on the lead is 7. And you're going to score either a club or a spade trick for 8, I think. You don't really have a whole lot of late entries to the West hand to lead things, but at some point they're going to have to lead something for you. 3 hands are going to have to make pitches on the diamonds.
Yeah, West can afford to throw a bunch of clubs.
Oh, wait, I guess because the hearts are blocked, I was thinking there's if the East hand had a sure entry, the percentage playing the diamond suit is actually low to the 10, not ace, king, queen.
Is that
But
true?
with East hand not having a sure entry, yeah.
I'll take your word for it. It's been a while since I've thought about these things. I bet it's real close, but yeah, without an entry to the East hand, it's hard to justify diamond to the 10.
It picks up Jack and 1 and Jack 4th on your left in exchange for Jack 3rd on your right.
Oh yeah,
So I think
you're absolutely right because East doesn't have the 9. Mm-hmm.
It'd be even better if East didn't have the 8, so you didn't have a break even against Jack 9 doubleton.
Well, Declare
And
has scored an extra heart trick on the way.
So these are tricks 6 and 7. Declare can pitch clubs from dummy and exit in hearts.
Yeah, I wonder what happened in the heart suit. That somehow South doesn't have a heart higher than the 6. He was giving count on the second round of hearts, and Hampson ducked to deny dummy an entry.
I assume that Greco wasn't smithing his own heart suit when it was led back by dummy and Declare at trick 1. They're pretty funny, though.
Yeah, so this is like really amusing in that Hampson would kind of like to ditch the Ace of Hearts at some point, unblocking the suit, but he can't because Gru's 6 of Hearts would be high. So so the defense still can score 5 tricks from here. 2 spades, 2 hearts, and the Ace of Clubs.
I assume Declare's going to pitch clubs from dummy because keeping the 10th order spades helps keep a spade position intact for Declare to be able to duck a spade shift successfully, whereas more successfully.
Yeah, I mean, Declare can pitch 1 spade from the 10-3rd, right, but pitching 2 of them would be a little scary.
If you pitch 2 of them, they can shift 1 honor and blot out the 10.
Right.
I need to pitch the 1 spade.
Yeah, so Hampson pitches a spade as well, and now we will see a heart exit. Especially now that Greco has actually pitched a heart.
That big 3 of hearts was going to be a winner. You worked so hard to set it up, and now you just threw it away.
That's
This
not
is
the. I don't think that happened. Did that happen? No. Yes?
can't
No.
possibly what happened. It really seems like that's what happened. Like Declare was, maybe trying to force a late spade play by exiting twice in clubs. But hard exit seems much more straightforward, since you could potentially end play someone immediately on this trick. And
Well, Gru's kind of playing with the house's money at this point. He's already made 7 tricks, so the over tricks are not going to be that valuable. But this will allow the defense to cash out. 9 tricks. That doesn't seem like the right number either. Huh. Okay. I'll believe it for now, but it feels more likely.
wait, 5? Oh, wait, they just sit making 9 tricks on board 18?
Yeah,
Put it
that doesn't seem like the right amount, but until we get a correction, that's on the scorecard. The other table is way behind us, by the way. Board 17 is still in motion over there. South has opened a heart. North has bid a no trump. Here we go. This is the swing that we're hoping for. Gru comes in with 2 spades.
Well, we're playing, Levin and Weinstein are pretty solid citizens. None of these guys are.
No. Especially not favorable, and especially not for the nickel team when they're down close to 30 umps. They're going to try and leverage that precision system as much as they can. North knows the opponents are very likely making a game opposite a lot of his partner's opening bids, so he tried to get in there with a no trump, but...
And with a red game at stake, Brad does something progressive. He Q bids, figuring like whatever partner does, he's fine with. He's got enough support. He's got enough aces, and if partner has 3 spades, he'll just pass it.
Yeah, now, is it important for Greco to lead a low heart to beat this?
Does it help? Declare unblocks a diamond, crosses to a club, pitches a heart on the ace of diamonds, and leads the king of spades. Now a low heart to the jack and a 3rd round of diamonds.
Yeah, I think Greco really wants to start forcing Declare if he can, because he has the 4 hearts, or the 4 spades. So that's why I was thinking leading a low heart would start unblocking the heart suit and allow him, but okay. He starts a trump.
Well, this will not threaten either a defensive ruff or Declare's trump position. I think Declare can safely just kind of pop the king of spades and play another spade. I suppose he could finesse the 8 of spades. I think he's just going to try to unblock the spades immediately so that. Well, I guess he can always cross the king of diamonds. Like he can play 8 of spades, it goes 9, queen, spade to the king, if that holds. Cross the king of diamonds and play the queen of spades.
Yeah. And at most, he's going to end up losing a heart, a trump, and a club from there.
Now, unblocking the king of diamonds first is unnecessary, and that removes an entry to your hand for drawing trumps. There's actually like a little bit of a wrinkle here. Okay, he didn't do that. That felt unlikely. Mm-hmm. It didn't feel like a Joe Gru line. I thought maybe I was missing something if Joe was doing that.
It does seem unnecessary, and so Declare does cross
really
the king of diamonds.
Just wants to draw trumps and lose a spade and a heart and maybe a club if they don't come in.
Yeah, and he may well end up with 11 tricks here because the queen of diamonds falling. He can take a roughing hook in the diamond suit. Although he has no entry to get back over there. Scratch that.
Yeah, he'd have to. I mean, declare could. Let's say if the trans plays a heart to his ace, he could win, draw the trumps, play a high club unblocking the 10 and a club to the king,
Mm-hmm.
a high diamond pitching the heart loser away, and then finesse the 8 of clubs.
Oh,
If South had jack and a club, it's sort of the same thing. You still have that finesse position in clubs. It's for an over trick. It doesn't risk the contract.
right. And it's also marked because he'll have a full count on South's hand. South's mistake was opening a heart light with 11 high card points, 4 or 5 in the majors.
I think he may find it. The unblock of the 10 of clubs is a cute little play, and it really doesn't cost against a doubleton jack because you still have a finesse position against the 9.
Yeah, it's a relatively common play in positions like this. And as you say, and especially given that South is now known to have 4 spades and at least 5 hearts, I think this is going to be pretty automatic for a player of Joe's caliber. So there's not much Greco can do to throw a wrench in things. If he returns the queen of diamonds here, Declare can still win the ace, pitching a heart, cross to the ace of hearts, pull trumps, and then once again go ace of clubs. Yeah, so I guess that's what ended up happening.
I think that's what happened.
Nice result for East-West there. 3 no trump appears to have some issues, so playing in the 5-2 spade fit was key. And
Board 20 is coming out, which I believe is scheduled to be a push in 4 of a major.
Board 20, yeah. If we
Scheduled
follow the
push.
trend.
They don't even want to show it to us. They're embarrassed that every 5 boards this is happening. The dealing machine is broken, and East-West are going to be in 4 spades making 5 or something, and
that might not be a very good result for them on this board, but
we said slam alert.
a little. It's going to be hard to get there.
So 6 is pretty good. Their finesse is in 3 suits. Actually, finesse is in 4 suits, but the diamond finesse isn't really necessary in most strains. You only need one of those finesses probably to be working, right? If like the club finesse works, you have 12 tricks with 5 hearts, 5 clubs, and 2 aces. I guess you have finesses and clubs and spades. If the club finesse works, you're just home. And if it doesn't, maybe you need the spade finesse. If you played in hearts, you need less because you can get a diamond ruff. Well, sort of. You get a rough 1 diamond shorthand, and then you expose a diamond loser after that. Right? So if you have to lose the lead late, they could just cash the other diamond. You've roughed something. Slam's good. I'd like to be in 6 clubs.
Yeah, well, East-West have a relay system over their 2/1 auction here from 1 spade. So 2 clubs just started a game forcing relay on the East hand. That's why we don't see East bidding a natural 2-heart game force. 2 hearts by West, I believe, shows clubs, but I know nothing beyond that as to what's going on in the auction.
So they might use I mean, if 2 hearts showed clubs, then 2 spades asked, and 3 clubs probably showed a 5th club, and 3 diamonds probably asked, and 3 spades probably showed a singleton diamond. In which case, if West is shown 5-2-1-5 at this point in the hand, that's what East knows, and East can probably ask for controls at 4 clubs, something like that. But these relay systems all vary from partnership to partnership.
Yeah, opposite that shape, 5-2-1-5, which is what West has, East kind of wants to bid double key card in spades and clubs. You know, the ace, king, queen of clubs are important. The king, queen of spades could be important. So I don't know if they have a way to do that.
When in my relay partnerships, it would just be a wholesale control last. Where an ace is 2 and a king is 1, we could get a number, and then we could initiate denial Q bidding, so partner can tell us where their honors aren't. So we could find out, okay, partner's got 3 controls at maybe 4 hearts, and then we could find out at 4 no trump that none of them are in spades. And so now we know partner has the ace king of clubs and not the king of spades.
Oh, Al Hollander is suggesting that two hearts is a minimum from West.
Yeah, I
Which,
disbelieve that. I
yeah,
think two
I'm
diamonds.
not convinced, but four clubs by Grew. He's slamish. He just wants to confirm trumps at this point. So I wonder if four diamonds is kickback. They do play kickback.
It's also possible that four clubs asked partner to bid four diamonds in order to bid something invitational. And so this four clubs, four diamonds, 4-0 auction is slam invitational and natural. That's sort of a version of Mulberry, I think, which some relay players use. There's just so many versions of relay and so many different options of what you can do in the late rounds of it. It's impossible to guess. If I was looking at their system notes, then I could tell you which one of them has messed it up after looking at the hands. To be fair, as a relay partnership, once we were years into practice, we stopped messing it up almost ever.
Well,
clubs is declared by the East, which is a huge advantage. You don't have to face a spade lead and have to guess what to do early. Right. You do have a club loser so your declare will need the spade finesse or the diamond finesse. We'll need one of them.
Well, deep finesse doesn't have a club loser, but these players will.
You could go 10 of clubs, queen, 10 of clubs, queen, ace, 8, king of clubs.
That
still
would
have
work.
the finesse position.
Okay, 6 clubs, so they do get there, which I think is a really nice result east-west.
I think I'm right. I think 4 clubs asked partner to bid 4 diamonds, and then 4-0 was a natural invite, and 6 clubs was an accept. Maybe West hadn't shown the 5th club yet, if 2 hearts really did show a man. Which is hard to believe looking at the West hand that it would be a man. I guess they don't play precision. It's not a precision auction.
No,
so
this is 2/1.
They may have a control minimum to bid something other than 2 hearts. Like you have to have at least 4 controls or something. We don't have 2 key cards. You can't bid anything other than two hearts, something like that, so that they can short. Having an early way to stop your slam auctions is also really valuable in relay, so that you can stop relaying and just bid game before giving the opponents all the information. And declare would like to not have the heart suit blocked, but would also like to be in hand to start clubs. Even though the East hand seems to have all the entries, they're sort of finessing entries. You might want to take those finesses. Declare could just take the spade finesse, like win the queen of hearts on blocking and just take a spade finesse to hand, figuring that's an extra entry in case he needs it.
Yeah, if the spade, I kind of like that line of play, because if the spade hook works, we just have 12 tricks, right?
We just kind of want to safety play the club suit now, however we can. We just need to avoid 2 club losers once, assuming if the hearts are 5 tricks, which is not a sure thing, but probably.
Right. Then we can go club to the ace, club to the 10.
Win whatever they play, draw all the rest of the trumps, and claim.
Yeah.
So that is attractive. Just win the queen of hearts, which keeps the hearts unblocked, and play spade to the 10, building an extra entry to the east hand. Joe may be looking more quickly, more deeply than we are at it because he's Joe.
I'm trying to think about alternatives. I mean, if I was in 6 no trump, it would seem somewhat attractive to me on a heart lead to go ace of spades, 10 of spades, cash in on probably 4 spade tricks, and now I just need one more either out of the club suit, the diamond finesse, or potentially some squeeze. All right, ace of clubs, king of clubs. So North shows out. Now Grew knows that he needs... Wow. This happened really fast after North showed out.
That seems very risky to just start banging the clubs through South. bang the hearts through south. So you're thinking like if south roughs is low, he over roughs it, tucks south in with a club, then south has to give him a trick by either playing a spade or a diamond. It's not that even if south gives him a trick, it's not the 12th trick, it's only the 11th.
Okay, there's a club ruffed. I mean, now a spade hook is going to see him home. So he does take the spade finesse, and now the hand's just over. Right?
Yeah.
Ace of spades.
Right.
Two
He basically has
hearts.
trump control now.
Yeah, two hearts pitching spades. Ace of diamonds, diamond rough. Take a roughing hook and spades against north.
Yeah, south can't even.
Yeah, I guess you can just rough the last spade. Okay.
He can wind up reverting to a cross rough line if south never roughs it.
Mm-hmm. 12 tricks, 1370. So well done. I don't actually know if the tempo was as advertised on screen because ace king of clubs and then seeing north show out and instantly playing another card is relatively uncommon. Generally, you would expect the trumps to be 3-2. I mean, maybe Gru was prepared for a 3-2 trump split and knew what he was going to do, but he would probably have paused after seeing 4-1 trumps. Either way, 1370, so maybe stops the bleeding. Nickel picks up 6 on board 17. They get to the game, and it did happen to make it their table as well.
So they probably had a 2-no trump rebid auction, and West decided to go for it. The extra 1 point in the range of 18-19 versus 17 to 19 might have encouraged West to instead of making a range ass just bid game. Oh,
Okay.
Actually went a club past no trump, past 3 no trump. Okay, so
Well, we see another precision auction here. A club pass a diamond. That is not as transferred hearts. 2 no trump showing 20 to 21. Maybe 19 to 20.
I guess Texas. It feels awful to me to not be able to do anything progressive with 7 hearts to the ace 10 immediately over the club. 5 no trump, east west is on because the hearts break. 7 hearts and 4 diamonds and an ace.
I mean, if north-south don't cash the ace-king of spades at tricks 1 and 2, east-west can make a slam.
Make a grand. They should not bid 7 no trump here, though. If West jumps to 7 hearts, he might be okay. But if West bids 7 no, he's not.
Okay, I've confirmed their 2 no trump range on this. It looks like it is 20 to 21 for east.
Now, normally you think one of the advantages of playing a strong club is that an opening 2 no trump in standard destroys a whole lot of your slam auctions. But if you're rebidding 2 no trump all the time when partner still has is in the 0 to 8 range, you're still getting as high as 2 no trump, and you're still preempting your hands when responder has shape anyways.
Okay, there's a transfer. Gru bids 4 hearts, and it's over to Brad, who, I mean, 7-2-2-2 is not great shape. He has very limited high card points. He doesn't even know if his partner has a heart fit. It's going to be hard for him to envision that 13 tricks off the top are available if the opponents don't cash out.
Now, a lot of pairs would use if you don't play the accepting the transfer shows a fit, you can play that you transfer and then raise as a slam try. And some pairs even invert it so that Texas directly is always a slam try and transfer and raise is not a slam try. I think pairs that play accepting the transfer shows a fit are well advised to play it, that transferring and then raising is not a slam try, so that you don't run into an ambiguous auction.
All right, 10 of clubs lead, heart to the ace, declare
And
faces
claim.
his hand and claims. So that's going to be all the tricks. East-west. Board on the floor, maybe. So board 18, we have a push coming through. Oh, never mind. That just got updated as I was looking at the scorecard. One up going the way of Rubenstein, actually. There is a potential for a swing on that one. I mean, if who's sitting east-west in the other room, Levin Weinstein, sniff out that because they're down in the match, and this might be a hand that has a lot of trick-taking potential, especially Easts, once they know that they have a big heart fit. Levin could decide to go searching for a slam.
Well, remember earlier it went 2-0, 3 diamonds transfer, and they bid 3 spades to show a good accept.
Mm-hmm.
And the other hand bid 3-0. You might expect that the auction might start similarly there, and when West sees that East likes their hand, West might push towards slam based on the 7th heart and the state of the match. We'll see how much they like their set. It's still relatively early in the set. Diamond and no trump, 3-no trump. Okay.
Wow.
A heart attack will give Declare a heart attack.
Yeah, and I think we're going to see that from Hampson. He doesn't have any reason not to lead a heart. He's just deciding which one.
Oh, right. Hampson's on lead. I was thinking if Greco was on lead, he might have seen a spade lead. But Hampson's going to lead a heart. He can see the 5-card suit.
Okay. As Declare, what do we do here to try and give ourselves a chance in this contract?
So even if the hearts are blocked and they can't cash enough, we could get 4 diamonds and a heart is 5 and a spade is 6, and usually only 2 clubs for 8. I think we're better off immediately taking a club finesse. There's a pretty good chance it's just going to hold. Like if you pop the ace of hearts at trick 1, take a club finesse, the queen of clubs is likely to hold unless North has a doubles and king. Even then it might hold. Now we have to choose whether or not we play for them to abduct king in 1 club, play the jack of clubs if South doesn't play the king, play the ace and hope the North does, because we have no entry to the West hand.
Mm-hmm.
Suppose we could duck the jack of clubs and hope the 10 of diamonds is an entry. That all seems like it's too much to hope for. Or after the queen of clubs holds, we could just play on diamonds, hoping that we have 4 diamonds, 2 clubs, 6, and 2 aces, still only 8.
Yeah, Greco doing something smart here. Just hopping up with the diamond ace so that he can immediately play the queen of hearts, let his partner know what's going on in that suit. This could have been a hand where if he had ducked, Declare scores a diamond trick and then goes to set up clubs with still the king of hearts intact in his own hand. That 10 of hearts lead was Rusino, promising the jack, but not necessarily showing a higher honor.
I don't like Declare's approach. I think you can make the hand less clear by jumping up with the ace of hearts. That'll put doubt in South's mind about the location of the king. The queen of clubs is almost always going to win the next trick. And just to cash it, and then decide what you're going to do after you've taken the queen of clubs extra trick.
Well, this might potentially prevent an extra under trick, depending on how the play goes from here. Declare obviously needs to make a discard from the east hand. It looks like as long as Hampson reads it, he's going to be able to score an extra trick. This club suit being blocked was really Declare's downfall in this one. If he flipped the jack and 10 of clubs, Declare would have had great chances in 3 no trump. Maybe not great chances, but some chances in 3 no trump.
Chances.
Yeah. King of clubs being onside would have given him 8 tricks off the top, and then a defender may well have gotten squeezed. And I'll note something that Greco does here. He pitches the jack of spades, which is a really helpful card to North. Now Hampson knows exactly where all the missing spade honors are. So Moss tries the queen of spades, hoping that Hampson ducks, but I suppose this also transfers the threat in spades to South. Now that 10 of spades, if South happened to hold the club king, he would have been squeezed on this trick. 4, down 1. But down 2. East-West with 17 opposite 6 didn't need to reach 3 no trump. They might in the other room as well, though, if Weinstein chooses to just try 3 no on ace 10 9 6 the clubs and hope that they provide a source of tricks. There are a lot of spades in the north-south hands.
Not 13 of them, though.
No, and they don't get a very good split either.
If North-South are defending a red suit, they can get a club ruff in the south hand. But that's only the third defensive trick, and with no spades cashing, that might be the limit of what they get. But the auction's going to get to 4 spades quickly.
Yeah, I think it's all going to fall on what Brad does here. Because if it goes 2 spades and he passes, and it goes 4 spades by Hampson. Okay.
He'd like to be able to show the shape at 4 clubs, but that shows a better hand than he holds.
Mm-hmm.
He could have bid 3 hearts, sort of aiming at the 4 heart game and taking his life in his hands, bidding a suit that's basically the ace and 4 twos at the 3 level red, but also aiming at the big red bonus. And North's going to bid 4 spades here over the double. And double sort of like splitting the baby. You certainly feels really sick to your stomach, partner. I wouldn't feel that sick if partner passed the double because you have 2 aces, but you wouldn't be thrilled about it. We're just going to go 4 spades, and East is going to double that, I think. And the possibility exists that they will even beat it with 2 hearts, a diamond, and a spade if West's pass.
Yeah, that would be plus 200, and I don't know if that's East-West best result. They're going to have a lot of work to do in 5 hearts or 5 clubs.
So if they play it in 5 clubs, the defense can get a diamond ruff. If they play it in 5 of a red suit, the defense can get a club ruff. So the defense can't always come out on top, no matter what contract East-West choose, above 4 spades, except maybe 4 no trump at double dummy. Can you make that? I think you can. The heart queen is doubleton, and the spade 9 is diamond 9 is singleton.
Mm-hmm.
I think you could take 5 diamonds, 5 hearts, and a spade for 11 tricks.
So
oh no, they could
The
for 10
match point
tricks.
auction is 4 no trump here by Brad, all pass.
4 no all pass. Yeah, 4 no. I've got 2 places to play, and East says, I hope 4 no is one of them.
That would be suicidal on this hand. Hampson might lead a low spade and declare as a guess for down 4 or something for trick 1.
East has picked diamonds. West wasn't really imagining diamonds was one of his places to play, so I assume he's going to pull that back to 5 hearts. But
Yeah, and in this contract, I think Hampson's just going to lead the ace of spades. He has the ace king third of clubs, but
He can actually visualize, given that West's discomfort here, that maybe West had long clubs and that a club rough could be happening.
yeah.
His partner does have shortness somewhere, and it's starting to look like it's not hearts.
Now, I assume Gru is going to... Oh, my God. I assume Gru's going to... Because Joe has... I guess he showed some values, but if 5 hearts had passed around to him, I mean, what about Brad's auction? Sounds like he has a 10 count with a bad heart suit. I could imagine West having like an 18 count over there with 5-5 for this type of auction.
The King of Clubs has hit the table, so now the only question is down 1 or down 2.
Yeah,
I think Declare is going to have too many trouble after club rough. You're in the south hand. South's probably going to play a spade because they don't have anything better to do. And Declare rough. Not like what's happened to him so far, but probably finesse the heart 10 in case South was 6, 6, 2, 4, 6, 2, 3, 2. It was heart 10, heart king. He discovers that that South actually had 3 hearts. He'll think that South is 6, 3, 2, 3, 6, 3, 2, 2, but he's also going to kind of figure out like what's going on. South only can't just have a 2 count. Maybe South has the 7th spade, or does South have the red queen of diamonds?
Yeah, so he will have this guest for the diamond queen for down 1 or down 2. Either way,
He could get the heart queen wrong. He's not going to play South for having 4 hearts. So I think if he plays heart to the king, jack of hearts, he's going to pop the ace.
I mean, I guess Greco could resolve the diamond guess for him. He might hope that his partner has either the heart ace or the diamond ace, and he can get another rough in the diamond suit.
Well, the partner's 3rd club happened to be very, very low. He didn't have much of a choice about which club to give him a rough with, but he did give his low club suit preference for diamonds, presumably. I doesn't realize this is me having a bad sense of humor.
Yeah, on the auction, Greco is not thinking that Brad Moss could have fewer than 5 clubs. So, but regardless, I mean, if Hampson did have one of those red aces, then a diamond switch would legitimately lead to down 2, and otherwise Declare might be able to pull trumps and... Or sorry, down 3, I mean. Yeah, down 3. In fact, they've already got 2 tricks in. If partner has a red ace, you get diamond rough and that red ace for down 3. I think he's going to play a spade, but I would not be shocked if he does try the 9 of diamonds. He knows someone is joking at this table. Either his partner's double or Brad Moss is bidding. And it's hard to believe that Brad could bid with so little already, but I guess he must have the ace queen of hearts and the ace of diamonds. This is a nice result for Nickel, though. We saw in the previous set that I think Nickel was the ones, or were the ones that might have fallen prey to 5/4 decision. Losing a handful of imps, but this time they're going to be on the winning side of that swing. So I think if they push board 20, they're still playing it in the other room. And board 21 looks like a plus position for the Nickel team. Board 22 looks like a potential plus position for the Nickel team. This is a plus position for the Nickel team. We're starting to see how these guys manage to pull off these 30, 40, 50 imp comebacks in the final quarter of play.
I'm watching the play in 6 clubs on board 20 in the other room. It is not gone the same way.
Okay.
It looks like Declare had it made and may no longer have it made. But
Ooh. Okay. Well. So then maybe Rubenstein will actually pick up a slam swing on 20. Keep your eyes peeled. That number in the top left is going to change, and we'll see a mark on the scorecard. But even if the slam swing goes against them, I still think Nickel has the chance to pull this match within 20 after this board is over. So Greco does get a spade out, not giving away the diamond guess.
He was down in the position that it was claimed making. So I'm not convinced that it really made it. Like, he actually had like 0% chance to make it in the position that was shown on ViewGraph. So maybe the cards were different. I was only half paying attention, other than I looked over there and saw they couldn't possibly make it, the position they were in. And then it got entered as 1370. So sometimes that's like the 1370 is legitimate and the play is not. I'm going to assume for the time being that that's what's happened, that they entered the score correctly and the play incorrectly.
Wow. Yeah, that doesn't look like the right line of play to me. If Declare was kind of working towards that plan, whatever the plan was that he was going for, but I could see it. If hearts were 3-3, he was making it legitimately from that point in time. Anyway. Oh, I thought we saw Declare rough the 10 of spades, so now we see Declare rough the 10 of spades.
He might have been thinking how he was going to handle the hearts. I mean, I suppose he could have been thinking that Greco was kind of marked with the ace of spades on the auction.
Mm-hmm.
And trying to decide whether to just pitch for control or something. Like, pitch his diamond loser so he wouldn't have to guess the queen.
Yeah, this is not the spot that Moss wanted to be in. 4 spades was going down, and 5 hearts is already down, and he's struggling for down 2. He knows he's losing a sizable swing on this board, most likely. I think I like the idea of ace of hearts heart. Probably put up the king, presuming that hearts are splitting, even if the queen doesn't pop up. But then really there is this guess about what to do in the diamond suit. As Michael had mentioned earlier, Declare is going to be trying to count out the hand, and it's possible spades are 6-5, it's possible spades are 7-4, although that's one of the things that wouldn't naturally occur to you most of the time. When someone preempts at the 2 level, you just place them with a 6-card suit and then start counting out the rest. But given that Greco is vulnerable in first seat, and given that he's turned up with nothing in clubs, nothing in hearts, probably not the ace of spades, given that he let a low spade into the king in dummy, it's starting.
I have to admit that I have fallen victim to exactly what you're talking about, of just counting starting with 6 of the major and never thinking to revise it that it could be 7.
Yeah, I think everyone does. It's a rare occurrence. Everyone understands when they pick up a hand like the one Greco had that it's a 2 spade opener and not a 3 spade opener, unless you're Wibbly. But you don't think about it when you're declaring the hand, because you just assume that they have the normal, 95, 98% of the time 6-card suits in their major. So yeah, definitely an unenviable position from Brad Moss. How to play the heart suit, how to play the diamond suit. You're already down a trick. So ace of hearts. Heart.
I wonder if he roughs the king of diamond, king of spades, just try to like double check his read on where the ace of spades is
Yeah.
before deciding South has two diamonds to the queen and failing to drop that too.
He would be fortunate that South Singleton diamond was the 9, otherwise he might have ended up going down 3 from that position. All right, heart to the queen and king.
They can rough a spade and cash a couple of clubs.
Oh, you're so right. The clubs are good. Nice. Yeah, so it really is all about the diamond queen. Roughing the king of spades makes a lot of sense. I think Greco would have ducked if he had the ace of spades here, having already led low away from the ace. So Moss might not be too convinced about the location of the ace of spades, but okay. Diamond to the king. Wow. This is an even
Surely
more
Greco
brutal
has
board.
4 high cards.
Yeah. I mean, this is just an even more brutal board because it took so long to play. You're agonizing for 10 minutes about how to play the hand, and you already know you're losing a ton of imps. Oh boy. Well, board 21 was a push. The other table also had a similar auction, just Texas into 4 hearts.
So 22 is an opportunity for nickel to pick up some ground also. Levin and Weinstein are naturally a little more conservative. I would think they may, I'm not sure, with 5-4 in diamonds and spades, but a mediocre 17 count, I could see East opening a no trump or a diamond. And I'm not sure stylistically which one he's going to do. Maybe he's allowed to do whatever the mood is taking him to. The Queen Jack Doubleton of clubs certainly feel like no trumpy cards. I just keep glancing over to wait to see when he chooses one of those things. He hasn't yet.
Mm-hmm.
You know, we're still waiting at this table for 24 to come out. The players may now be taking a short break.
Yeah, Moss and Grew might need it. This has been a tough set. I think a lot of their decision making seemed very natural at the time and very reasonable, but it has not worked out a couple of boards in a row from them.
So Levin opened a diamond. His partner spotted a no trump. And at our table, I think we saw Grew jump to 3 no trump in an auction like that.
Mm-hmm.
Levin has bid the more normal 2 no trump over 1 no trump. And Weinstein, if he can bid a non-forcing 3 clubs, may choose to do so. If partner wants to bid 3-0 with the knowledge that he has long clubs, partner's not barred. And if partner wants to pass 3 clubs, that's probably right. And Weinstein has bid 3 clubs. So we may see them stopping in a makeable partial east-west to go plus, and their teammates are minus 200. Could be a substantial swing.
Wow.
Levin hasn't passed 3 clubs yet. Levin's thinking about it.
Wow, that would be a huge board.
They're sort of like making a big swing out of kind of nothing there, right? If it kind of looks like there's not a lot on the hand, and all of a sudden there's just a swing out of nowhere. These innocuous looking hands can generate big swings just based on minor differences in the decision making of the 2 different tables.
Yeah, and it could have been the wrong thing to do. 3 no trump easily could have made on Grew's hand if his partner was fitting his diamonds and the heart lead away from the king jack 10 blew into Moss's queen third. Then 3 no trump might have made, and 3 clubs at the other table could also make, but it would be a game swing for Rubinstein instead.
Yeah, if you swap the West majors, right, so that the heart lead loses to the queen, declare is going to make any time the club king is doubleton because they're going to dock a club, and that's going to have to win because if they win the king of clubs, the hand's all over, and then they can switch to diamonds with 2 clubs and 4 diamonds is 6, 2 hearts is 8, and a spade is 9.
Yeah.
So it would just basically just make it on if you'd swapped West majors. It's a very random sort of swing.
Mm-hmm.
That it's, the difference between 600 east west and 110 the other way to win 10 or 11 versus losing 8 for 200 and 110 or 130 whatever is being scored in 3 clubs. Which
I do want to bring up a final point because someone pointed this out. Thank you, Kibitzer, for pointing this out, that actually Brad Moss had a show-up squeeze against North on the previous board to pick up the queen doubleton of diamonds in the south hand. If he was certain that North had the ace of spades, he could have run all of his trumps, crossed to the diamond ace, and run the clubs, and North would have been show-up squeezed in the pointed suits. So he could have gone out for down 1 that way. We've been talking about show-up squeezes all week, and
missed that one.
Yeah.
And it's for a 300-point trick too. It's not just like not just a 20-point over trick or something.
Right.
So North is bid a diamond, and South has bid exclusion apparently in hearts. It is 8-card major.
Exclusion in hearts. I like it. Yeah, so the Precision Club gets preempted, but East-West have nowhere to go. They do happen to have a spade fid, although spades are a little bit foul.
West kind of wanted to bid 4 spades over 4 hearts just because they bid 4 hearts and you want to bid 4 spades over that anyways. But he's got 3 aces in defense, and if he just cashes his 3 aces, I think Declarer is not going to take heart finesse through East.
No. Ace of spades, ace of clubs, ace of diamonds, that order?
I think so. The ace of diamonds is more likely to get rough than the ace of clubs because you could see 8 diamonds but only 7 clubs. As long as Moss doesn't play his trump, he rates to score it. The side rates to score a trump.
Yeah, and he can kind of tell that this isn't one of these hands to defend passively by, say, going ace of spades and a spade. I mean, for one thing, Declare might just pitch a loser on that trick. But sitting back to even wait for the jack of diamonds to potentially take a trick, there's just going to be plenty of winners in the north hand. So I think ace of clubs, ace of diamonds.
Yeah, and then I think, depending on the signals, you might just be trying to give your partner a diamond rough in case Declare had 4 of them. Because there's like 1, 7, 4, 1.
Right.
I think that's going to be possible because he's going to get a count signal in the clubs with the 9 or the jack, depending on whether East thinks he can afford the jack. I think it's normal to play the 9. It's normal to just assume you can't afford the jack and play the 9 here. Or standard count, just play the 3. Or maybe it's supposed to be an attitude signal. I would think I think maybe it's a cash out. Although the king's in dummy, so it's not really a cash account situation.
I suppose it could be right to continue clubs. If Declare is 1, 8, 1, 3. But anyway, Brad goes with the practical chance. Let's cash the ace of diamonds, continue diamonds, and
it's not like his partner's getting a club rough, so you try to give your partner a diamond rough in case that was happening.
I guess South would need to be 1, 7, 1, 4 for a club continuation to make sense, and that seems impractical on this auction. Okay, king of diamonds, big moment, 10 of hearts. I guess we play the king of spades pitching a diamond first, but then 10 of hearts. Or king of clubs pitching a diamond, whatever. It doesn't matter.
Well, if you're planning on playing ace king of hearts, it probably doesn't matter whether you
It
cash
doesn't
the
matter.
pitching first.
Ace
Only
of
if you're
hearts,
finessing.
king of hearts, down 1. So good defense. Four spades was definitely going down at least one trick, maybe even multiple. So that could be a pickup for Rubinstein. But we do see the 8 imps coming through. Board 22, 3 clubs made an over trick in the other room. And we'll probably see some more imps coming through on 23.
Well, here's the funny thing. Greco was more aggressive than Zach Grossack on board 23 for the opening bid, where Greco opened 2 spades on the 7-card suit to the queen and nothing else.
Mm-hmm.
Zach passed it.
Okay.
And then his partner opened a strong no trump. He didn't bid Texas. He just bid Jacoby.
His hand is pretty bad. Maybe he has some spades in with the clubs. He thinks it's just queen 10 fifth. A strong club by South in 3rd seed. 14 count, but 8 quick tricks. Or 8 tricks and no trump at least. West double shows both majors.
8 tricks and no trump after the opponents take their 5 hearts. North might have a way to show sort of a semi-positive hand, or North may have ways of showing different suits over the double. Most strong club pairs use the extra space afforded by the double to disambiguate more ranges. So you could sort of show the 0 to 4 and the 5 to 7 and the 8 plus. Or maybe even an 8 to 11 and a 12 plus. Well, North's a passed hand, so all those ranges get compressed even further.
Okay. So we get the alerts coming in. Double of the strong club shows both majors. 1 heart by East. Pass by North showing 0 to 5. He has maximum.
I wonder if South just bids 3 diamonds to try to put some pressure on East-West here.
Yeah, that seems like a pretty good bid. South.
Sort of a good two-way shot, right? Because if partner can bid 3 no trump over 3 diamonds, so like you've told this whole partner, like, I've got a whole bunch of tricks if you can bid no trump, and if not, I'm taking up the room.
Well, here's an exciting alternative to 3 diamonds. Pass by South. Maybe hoping that the East-West auction slows down and peters out below a game. He hears hands from 0 to 5, and he might think that he's cashing at most 1 diamond. So from his perspective, maybe 4 hearts and 4 spades are both on.
And 4 hearts can actually be beaten a couple of tricks, because let's say it goes diamond lead over, South can win, cash the ace of clubs, and
low diamond.
Give their partner a diamond ruff, get a club ruff back, get a spade ruff over, and try to get a trump motion. That fails, but you can take a club and a club ruff, 2 diamonds and a spade.
Mm-hmm.
If you fail to get the club ruff, which you might, you still go plus. I don't think South wants to play this hand in 3 clubs. Even
no. No, but I mean, Hampson's going to be losing his mind on this auction. He has a singleton diamond. His partner couldn't bid 2 diamonds over a heart. How could 3 diamonds be the right spot?
Sometimes you just go, I don't know how this could be the right spot, but I am getting off a crazy train.
Yeah, well, he can't bid 4 clubs. His partner told him 3 clubs wasn't right.
So we just see the 12 imps come in on 23. I'm guessing 4 spades went off in the other room since it was that big a swing.
Yeah, undoubled, but that means Rubinstein is ahead by 1 with 7 boards to go. We picked the right match to watch.
Good thing they got that over trick on board 18. Otherwise, this match would be tied.
Yeah, Hampson is just head in hands. He can't believe this auction. His partner's shape doesn't make any sense. What if Hampson thinks that Greco has spades? Wait, what is Greco supposed to do if he was 5, 2, 4, 2?
2-5-1. 5-2-5-1.
Yeah. 5-2-5-1. Oh, I think we figured it out. Hampson's gonna bid 3 spades here. Is he?
Now, spades is not the worst contract north-south. Well, that would be hearts, I guess. But it's not a terrible fit. It's just a terrible fit. You might make at least something in spades. You're definitely off 2 spades and 2 hearts. That's all you're off the top.
Yeah,
I
but
think if the
Greco's
defense
gonna pull to 4 diamonds.
to attack hearts every time they get in, I think they're going to come out on top. You go heart, tap the south hand, spade, you split. They duck it. They duck the spade. You continue. You just continue a heart, and they can't take the rough and discard in either hand. Or you could continue another high spade and figure when you get in the last one, you just continue hearts.
Yeah, it's a disaster.
Actually, no, if you continue another high spade, they can win, and then start running the diamonds at you, and I think Declare comes out on top then.
Well, Greco is definitely going to pull 3 spades to 4 diamonds. And Hampson is going to be kicking himself. Although, this little adventure, if Hampson does bid on over 3 diamonds, is not going to have worked out for Greco.
Silly me thinking of just showing my hand over 1 heart with 3 diamonds.
Oh.
You know what? I've totally missed out on an opportunity, a well-deserved opportunity to torture Jeff Hampson, though, and that's probably worth all the marbles.
You think these guys do that to each other in their spare time? They just try and find the most complicated auctions to show their hand?
I have not actually been privy to too many of the Greco-Hampson postmortems. Certainly none of they've never had a heated postmortem within earshot of me. But I know that each player can be somewhat volatile in their personality. So I can imagine that in private, it is possible that they've had, I'm not saying with any authority that's happened, it's possible that they've had some heated postmortems in private, in which case torturing with the table seems completely justified.
Well, I think if Greco was in 4 diamonds, he would be running a lot of trumps after the King of Spades opening lead. But in 3 diamonds, he's probably going to pull trumps and maybe fiddle around for a couple of seconds, but end up taking 9 tricks.
Yeah, at this point, he doesn't really have much hope to do anything other than just lose his ace, king. There's really not a lot of scope for the defense to go wrong.
No. Okay, we're going to see a claim. So Nickel dodges a bullet on that one.
Now, 4 hearts was scheduled to go down, or at least 1. Even 3 hearts can be beaten. So this isn't necessarily a swing to the nickel team, but it's a good position for them to be in. Be plus 110 on a hand where they might make a partial the other way.
Mm-hmm.
Or they might, South might just open 3-0 and just go down off the heart suit. All right. We have East passing, and does Greco open that mediocre balanced 10 count with a precision diamond? I believe yes.
You think so? Vulnerable in second seat? I'm going to guess no. There, we have some controversy.
So whatever he does, West is going to bid a heart, and I think we're going to see 1 heart, 2 clubs from West and North, regardless of whether South is open to diamond. I win.
Yeah, he does open a diamond. I mean, they did come into this segment down about 20. So Greco and Hampson might still feel like they need a couple of pickups. Hard overcall from Moss.
All right, as predicted, West and North bit of heart and 2 clubs, ignoring whether South opened a diamond or not. And then 3 clubs, I guess.
Yeah, 3 clubs by Greco, and we'll see how aggressive Hampson decides to be. Because I mean, the North Hand has a lot of trick-taking power once he knows he has a club fit. But he needs a heart stopper. And does he really want to push to 4 clubs without a heart stopper?
His unlucky partner has 3 small hearts. They're just off. There's nowhere to put anything. Looks like you're going to lose 3 hearts and a diamond. Can't really get the spades going for a truck. North may well try for 3-0 with 3 hearts. There is a game bonus dangling over you that's worth 600 points for getting to a making 3-0 trump. Doesn't need a ton from Greco to make it. Greco doesn't always have a 10 count. Or maybe he does.
No, he does. He definitely does always have a 10 count. Okay,
so
well, this
digging up some imps.
Yeah, this is going to be a nice result for Nickel again. They didn't get overboard. It's only 10 ups at 10, 20 high card points for North-South.
And with the source of tricks, East-West can actually make something, right? I guess they're off a diamond and a club and 2 spades and a spade rough, so they can make something, but not a lot.
Yeah, 1 heart, it sounds like. No, they're only off 1 club. They can make 2 hearts.
Right, a diamond, a club, 2 spades, and a spade rough. So 2 hearts. So 3 clubs making is kind of, well, will be par.
All right, Queen of Hearts to the King. Moss can cash a few hearts.
Maybe a double diamond East-West could make 3 spades. I'm not going to worry about that because no one's going to do that.
Ooh, it has been pointed out to me that if West didn't overcall heart, then 3-no trump is a great contract on the North-South cards. Because now hearts are very likely to be 4-3, and there's just 9 tricks off the top. But the heart overcall is really what sealed the deal for
you
stopping.
Have what's called a length stopper, so you can't really stop the suit, but they probably bonus just don't run out of winners before they can take 5.
Okay, this match coming down to the wire. We got 4 boards left to play in this room, but the other table is lagging way behind.
Well, at least we're not like coming to each board with the results from the other table. I'd rather play the boards without seeing the results from the other table.
Mm-hmm.
I think we're going to see a fairly sizable swing to Rubenstein on the 4 hearts down 1 on 24.
Oh, really? And we do. You're absolutely right. 4 spades doubled. There was, I suppose, a handling charge in that contract. Declare goes down 2. So Rubenstein picks up 8. They're 9 ahead.
Tiny bit of breathing room there. 9 is not so comfortable that you can withstand a game swing, but it is comfortable enough that you can withstand if you lost a part score swing on either 25 or 26, still be ahead. And they might well lose a small swing on 1 or both of those boards.
Yeah, it looks like we have another little break in this room, but the players will be back in time to finish 4 boards well ahead of the other room. here we go. West gets to open a precision diamond.
North doesn't want to bid two clubs on King 7 5 4 2, and can't really double it with so little in the majors. Their only other option is a very light 1-note trump overcall, which I suppose wouldn't be ludicrous with the Ace Jack 10 of diamonds, but I think would also be a little too aggressive for this match against guys who are top-notch defenders and light doublers.
Additionally, I think a big factor is that Greco passed in first seed and they opened very light. We saw on the previous board they opened a 10 count, balanced 10 count.
So you probably have no game to protect against.
Yeah. So a diamond, a spade, pass. I'm sorry, what?
You'll either get a no trump or two diamonds or two clubs, whatever he's supposed to do. So I like 1-note with the stiff spade is my preference.
Mm-hmm.
And North could double this to show take out of spades. East will do whatever it is to invite game in spades. So here it's two clubs, two-way check back, two clubs, two diamonds, two spades, showing a spade invite. After which Brad will vomit a little bit into his mouth and pass, hoping that two spades is not a 5-1 fit. Although Gru knows that Moss could have a small singleton spade, so when he invites this way in spades, we'll probably have a good suit if it's only 5.
Yeah, I do wonder if this two-spade invite could ever be 5. Some players might utilize other auctions to show the invitation that way, but 3.
Okay, well, Brad decided he does have 13 high card points and a 5-card suit, so
right.
He ran from two spades to the higher scoring 3-note trump. How does this do? The diamonds are offside. That's bad. The spades aren't much of a...
Gru was not having any of it. He's 6'4", so...
Yeah, and that's probably... I mean, the clubs were going to be very dangerous for Declare, because club 10, queen, ace, if he ever loses his trick to south, the clubs come through his jack. And he'd be forced to play North for like ace jack third of spades or something to try to keep south off lead. So Declare has 2 spades at least to lose. But
and 2 diamonds.
Can hold the spade losers to 2.
Mm-hmm.
He can't hold them to 1.
No.
And I don't think he can hold the diamond losers to 1.
No, not even with this friendly hard opening lead.
So, yeah, the heart lead can establish a discard for one of East's long diamond winners or one of his trumps. None of which are the things that are on his short list to discard.
Discarding trumps is not the right plan of attack usually. So... I assume as Declare, you just win the heart at trick 1 and lead a diamond up to the king. You'll probably need the diamonds to split in some sort of friendly manner.
It may make it harder for them to find a diamond rough if you lead them yourself.
Yeah.
Sometimes that's actually a good technique. Like Self will pop the ace from ace jack small, afraid that you've led a singleton, and that will not give their partner a rough.
Right. Yeah, so there's the diamond to the king. Hampson gets to decide what to do.
Hampson could give his partner 2 diamond roughs, one of which is with a natural trump trick, and one of which is with the natural diamond trick. So it doesn't gain him anything by doing that. They would win 2 diamond. I guess it go, yeah. Oh, he ducked the king of diamonds. So if he'd won the ace of diamonds, they could take an ace diamonds, and 2 diamond roughs is 3, and then they just have the ace of spades after that for the same down one they were always entitled to.
Yeah, Greco would be roughing with kind of naturals in a sense. He would be roughing his partner's natural diamond trick with his natural trump trick, but then it would come back when he got another rough. And that's one of the reasons that Greco also didn't lead a singleton diamond, is that he knows he doesn't want ruffs. He's looking at Jack 9 fourth of spades. No matter how many spade honors his partner has, he would be getting ruffs with natural trump tricks.
And that's a good thing, I think, for the North to keep in mind. If the count situation makes it such that you suspect your partner has just the one diamond and they didn't lead it, don't go out of your way to give your partner ruffs. If they really wanted ruffs, they would have led it at trick one. They probably don't care about ruffs.
Yeah. Okay, Gru crosses to the Jack of Hearts. Now plays a club over. King of Hearts pitch a diamond. But he's kind of a trick short of being able to discard another diamond loser. Jack of Clubs is not high. The Six of Hearts is not high.
And South forgot to unblock the 9 of Hearts under the King.
The defense would still be able to come out on top even if he did that. North could ruff the 4th round of Hearts with the Ace of Spades, and South would still have 2 natural spade tricks.
Declare needs Jack third of spades on side, or I actually Declare thinks that the diamond ace might possibly be on side. I'm not sure what Declare thinks that is happening in the diamond suit.
Yeah, I'm not sure what Declare is. Whoa, that doesn't cost. But yeah, I'm not sure what Declare actually is hoping for at this point. That Jack of Clubs and dummy is a little bit pesky. I mean, Hampson can't play diamonds and can't play clubs anymore, so he's forced to lead a spade.
So we did see the first of potentially two small swings going to nickel on 25. They picked up 2/3 of the deficit in one go. As at our table, North-South stopped in 3 diamonds with the 8 solid diamonds, the outside ace. The other table, they got up to 5 diamonds, and it's recorded as down 3, which seems like down a lot. But maybe Declare ducked a couple of spades or something and then ran into a spade ruff. Maybe thought, like, if he ducked 2 spades, then he could. I don't know. I have to go through the play. Down 3 seems like one too many.
Nope. He did go down 3. The Ace of Clubs went away.
Like run all of his. How did he? Hard to imagine the Ace of Clubs going away, but I guess it did.
Yeah, we got to like.
All right.
We actually got to an end position where Gru handles it beautifully. So he exited a trump to South who had no more diamonds, and South was going to be able to cash another trump and exit, in quotes, the 9 of Hearts, but Gru was going to discard, leaving South on lead, and that Jack of Clubs and dummy which looked stranded, was going to take a club trick, pitching another diamond loser. So well handled at the end, but they did get a little bit too high in the auction. 4 spades down 1. Precision diamond from North. Gru comes in with 2 clubs. Talked about this a little bit, that this really disrupts the communication in the major suits from North-South in the auction. So oftentimes you'll want to aggressively overcall diamond with 2 clubs.
Now, I sure hope that if they play 2 diamonds as a transfer to Hearts here, that they're on top of that.
Taking a little jab at the Rosenberg team from earlier. I wonder how they're doing.
All the matches are close. Let me see if I can see.
Oh my god, they do play 2 diamonds as a transfer to Hearts.
It looks like Leardon is ahead by 30, and the match is running out of boards, possibly. But one of the tables also crashed, so I'm not It looks like they were head 30 going to the set. One of the tables crashed. We don't have any idea what's happened in this set so far.
Gotcha. So North has bid 2 hearts. They have found their heart fit. So South can start with 3 clubs, game forcing, or South might just bid 4 hearts if 2 hearts promise to fit. He knows his partner's limited due to the precision diamond opener, so South doesn't think they have a slam.
Yeah, so he's putting 3-0 as a choice, and I think North is happy that he has an extra club stopper, but maybe a little worried that he wants to do something other than just play the major suit fit when one exists in case something goes wrong, like in this case, being off the diamond suit.
Yeah, this would be a bit of a disaster for North-South if they do check out 3-no trump here.
And he has the ace of clubs, which is good protection against club ruffs. If his clubs were king fourth, there's sort of like a stronger case for trying to play it in 3-0 where you're worried it might go ace clubs club ruff over to whichever pointy ace East has and another club ruff, and you're down before you get started in hearts.
Yeah, really excellent point there that the ace of clubs, I mean, even if West happens to be void in clubs for whatever reason, would protect against club ruffs because the king of clubs, West would be roughing air at trick 1. So high diamond lead. Hampson is happy about his decision, but he still has a lot of work to do. He knows he's off the 2 top diamonds and the king of clubs from the auction, so he's gonna have to pick up that queen of trumps. King of diamonds. Moss dumps the queen at trick 1, allowing Gru to overlead or underlead to his diamond sequence. Now a club will come through. Declare has to fly ace. And now he's got to make up his mind. It's starting to look like West is more likely to have heart length than East. Clubs are known to be 5-1. East started with at least 3 diamonds and possibly even 4 of them. So I think he has a decent chance of actually picking up the Queen of Hearts. The counter argument to that is that the overcaller is more likely to have any missing high cards. So would Gru overcall 2 clubs with ace king 4th of diamonds, king 5th of clubs, and nothing else in his hand? Well, yes, we just saw it, but Hampson doesn't know that.
It's white on red, and it's Joe Gru. I think I think they're both aware of the tactical advantages of 2 clubs over 1 diamond. 26 has come in from the other room. A peculiar decision by Levin over his partner's 1 heart playing Flannery. He held a very soft 4-2, 5-2 hand with no aces or kings and 7 high card points. Chose to respond 1 spade. His partnership plays that as generally 5+ because they play Flannery, so West raised to 2 spades.
Mm-hmm.
And they were in sort of like a very challenging 4-3 fit when they had a 9-card diamond fit and a better 5-2 heart fit. And there was just too much work to handle the 4-3 spade fit, and they went off a trick in 2 spades. And so that board was a push because of the excellent north-south result in this room of bidding and making 3 clubs, stopping in 3 clubs.
Yeah, and it's worth pointing out that Rosenberg in the other room elected not to overcall 2 clubs with a passed hand partner. So they just entirely missed the club fit over there. East-West could have been in 2 or 3 diamonds or 2 or 3 hearts and potentially picked up a part score swing both directions.
Yeah, I think if it went a heart pass and no trump past 2 diamonds, North was passing it because he's didn't bid 2 clubs. He's not going to bid 3 clubs. No fit has been established yet, and I'm not sure that South would have balanced against 2 diamonds either.
No.
So I think there was a fair chance they would.
While we were checking in on the scores in the other room, Hampson picks up the heart queen. This could be a big result 620. It's also kind of not the natural way to play the heart suit because you can't pick up queen 9/4 in the west hand, but you can pick up queen 9/4 in the east hand.
And by the time he had to guess it, it was very unlikely that East had 4 hearts.
Yeah.
But still, it was well done by Jeff Hampson. And Hampson and Greco have had a pretty nice set so far.
Okay, 13 count from Hampson, opens a diamond. Gru has to decide. He passes. He doesn't make a very light takeout double of diamonds. 4-4 in the majors, and no trump by Greco. On the 11 count. And
I was wondering why it was taking Hampson any time at all to pass 1 no trump. So this is off 4 heart tricks to start. If East leads a heart, well, East may lead a spade or probably won't lead the jack of diamonds.
yeah,
Oh, a West
lead
lead club.
makes a lot of sense, and this is going to kind of clarify the club suit for the defenders at the very least. Now, they're defending a no trump, and Declare just has 8 top tricks. But if North-South happen to get to 3-0 in the other room on their 24 highs, it would be very important for the defense to get their act together because East might end up getting squeezed. If they run 4 rounds of hearts immediately, East will get strip squeezed.
And East will be, if they play 4 rounds of hearts, East would be very unhappy on 5 rounds of diamonds.
Yeah, actually, East won't even get strip squeezed. East will get regular squeezed.
They'll get squeezed.
Yes. If they take
Actually, there are 3 suits involved, so he'll get squeezed. Oh, no, they've run all the hearts, so he'll just get squeezed.
Yeah, so an opportunity for Rubenstein to pick up some imps here on this board if they manage to reach 3-0 in the other room.
So what you're saying is 3-0 from North is almost gold. You would have to lead a heart and shift to the jack of clubs to beat 3-0.
Yeah, 3 rounds of hearts and
East's actually still kind of sad on the. I guess East can pitch hearts because the clubs are established. Well, 2 clubs are established.
Well, in 1 no trump, Declare is not going to pay much attention to the opponent's carding. He's just going to cash all of his winners, see if the Queen of Spades falls. So with 4 comparisons left, the other room's on board 27 right now. We're getting into the last board of play momentarily. Nickel is back by 3.
Now, boy, there sure are some 27 to 28 have the ability to create swings all by themselves, and so does 29. So kind of on the edge of my seat here, waiting to see what results are going to come in from the other room. Hampson and Greco have positive positions on 27 and 28. They maybe Declare misguessed the spades but recovered a trick to go down only 1 and 4 spades, but they did go plus against a game.
Mm-hmm.
But when East West kind of bid a lot, and on 28 they made a game that could easily go down.
All right, Declare has cashed the Ace King of Spades here, so there's not going to be any end play. Plus 120. And last board of the set. But everyone, once this board's concluded, make sure you head over to the other table to watch the remainder of play. This is a very exciting match, and it could go either way.
Sure. The Nickel team has not been giving the Rubenstein team gifts over this last set of 15 boards.
No, they don't tend to do that in general, and we're kind of seeing why the Nickel team has been a front runner for almost every team event for the past 30 years.
They don't give gifts, but the Rubenstein team has the ability to steal some bases all on their own, and that hasn't really been working for them either. All right, so we're gonna have two passes to a heart. I think that's gonna North's. I don't think North's getting involved here without four spades or a good hand opposite a passing partner. So I think East West are going to have it to themselves: a heart, a spade, a no, maybe a heart, spade, two diamonds, or a heart, spade, and no trump. One of those things.
Yeah, Brad could have decided to open a no trump in third seat. It would have been, good 13 to 16 for them, maybe even 12 to 16. So I think the fact that he's chosen to open a heart makes it a little bit more likely that he rebids two diamonds here.
He doesn't expect East will just take a preference to hearts. He's not super happy about it. He knows that his queen 10 of diamonds are good cards, but the rest of his hand is highly questionable. And that should end the auction. Declare off the top is off two hearts, two clubs, and the ace of diamonds. And it looks like he's going to lose at least one more trick, probably finesse the 10 of diamonds to the jack.
Yeah, there's some concern from the defense because Hampson's going to lead a high club, and this is actually really productive for Declarer. Club's 3-3, he's going to set up at least one discard, and now the defense is going to have to be really careful to prevent Declarer from pulling trumps and using that king of spades as a late entry to the long clubs. So after this opening lead, I wouldn't be surprised if Hampson just switched to, say, the queen of spades from the north hand, really trying to ensure that he knocks out the entry. I am being told that the Zimmerman match is also incredibly close with a couple of boards to go. So plenty of options. Yeah, plenty of options for people to watch.
Either if you're logged in watching us and you want to have another table up, just go to bridgebase.com and instead of logging in, click the view graph at the top and hit watch. And it'll log you in anonymously to another table, and then you can just pick the view graph table you want to watch without having to disrupt your regular account with which you're watching our hypnotic show.
And also, you could get a bunch of friends together and each bring all of your own laptops, and you could just put one matchup on every screen, kick back, relax in your recliners, grab some chips and salsa, maybe some wings.
The Zimmerman match. Zimmerman is up by one.
Hold on. Did I call it the Queen of Spades switch?
You call it? I believe you did. I was.
So, yeah, this is kind of one of these plays where you're just desperate to deny that entry to dummy, and it makes it a little bit easier on your partner as well. If Hampson had switched to the 8 of spades, Greco, with the magic ace-jack of spades holding, might not know what's going on in the spade suit. The Queen of Spades clarifies the spades for his partner, and considering he was leading away from the queen anyway, if his partner just has the ace, at least this will kill the King of Spades entry.
Now, Declare will be able to still establish a club trick while the King of Spades is an entry, but that's it. So if Declare wins the ace of spades, is what I expect to happen, and he'll play the 10 of clubs. Hampson will win that and continue spades, so knock that entry off immediately. And Declare can then take one pitch on the jack of clubs, and I think then he will take a trump finesse.
So he might play to rough a diamond then. I think things are just going a little bit too slowly for the defense. So another spade to the king. He does get to take his discard now on the club queen, but then queen of diamonds.
You could even do the queen of diamonds before playing the club queen.
Yeah.
Make sure you get that diamond rough in case the club queen was getting roughed. And he should know. He probably knows from the count signal the queen of clubs is living.
Well, he knows for one thing that North doesn't have the doubleton, because most players will play whatever the opposite of their normal honor sequence is from Ace King doubleton to show that they have two of them, and they're looking for a rough. So since Hampson and Greco lead the ace from ace king in this situation, if Hampson had ace king doubleton, he would have led the king at trick 1 to promise a doubleton there.
So he is taking his pitch immediately.
Mm-hmm.
And I think you're right. I think we're going to see the queen of diamonds.
Yeah. Now, he will have a guess to make when Greco wins this and puts a low trump on the table. The 8 of trumps, I guess, would be maybe the correct card to play. Oh.
No, he's going to single in one of his low trumps first and lead a diamond up. Okay, never mind. Not going to do that.
Queen of diamonds.
And it actually isn't a terrible plan to single in a low trump.
Yeah, so Greco knows he needs to switch to trumps, but he has to figure out which one to lead. And in this instance, if he switches to the 5 of hearts, Moss actually might just duck this around to the 6 because he'll then know that North would be end played into leading into his ace queen of trumps if he wins. Okay, so I was thinking he would lead the 8, but
although he's lost 3 tricks. If it's like a doubleton king of hearts, then he would pick it up anyways by going up with the ace and playing low in the next round.
Mm-hmm.
Whereas with doubleton king of hearts, and he ducks it, they win and then play it, he loses his ruff. So I wonder if he's just supposed to go up with the ace anyways.
Oh boy. Well, big result on board 28. In the other room, 13 imps coming through for nickel.
That's a lot of imps late in the day.
Yeah, they had a completely different option in the other room. Rosenberg, tending to be a much more sound opening bidder, does not open the balanced 11 count, unfavorable. So East opened a club, but that doesn't show the same club length. And Grossack ends up misguessing the trump suit, which not only put him down 1, but puts him down 2 when a club ruff came later in the play.
He played the opening bidder for the outstanding queen. The opening bidder did not have it. He had the 10 count with his partner made a negative double, so he knew the opponents were doing a lot of bidding without many high card points, so it was a bit of a smoke screen that he had to demystify.
Yeah, now, I've sort of been glossing over the fact that it's not just about whether to play for the King of Hearts on side or Hearts 3-3. Even when Hearts are 3-3, Declare has some difficulty. You win the Ace of Hearts, you play the King of Diamonds, you ruff a diamond, and then you can't get back to your hand, really. So I think this is what Moss is actually looking at. And he may well still go down 1, despite being able to get the diamond ruff, and despite Hearts splitting. I think we're about to see what the issue is, so I'll let the next couple of tricks play out. King of Diamonds, diamond ruff. He's going to ruff a spade back to his hand, but then he has to play a trump, and when he exits a low trump, South is going to be able to overtake the 10 of hearts with the jack and continue a 4th spade. And so Moss is going to be in a position where he's going to have to decide, should I rough in with the queen of hearts and hope to split the trumps, or should I rough in low?
So he still has to guess the king of hearts.
Yeah.
Even late in the day.
Mm-hmm.
But he may know he's made it in that position, he just doesn't know how.
Right. Yes.
So just to keep us on the edge of our toes, to keep this match in play, Rosenberg and Grossack have not only bid 3-no trump, but they have bid it from the correct side of the table, where they're protected against the Jack of Clubs lead. They've bid it from the north.
Ooh.
And this can still be defeated on some lines of defense, but there are definitely some lines of defense where Declare is going to make it.
Okay, here we go. Moment of truth, right? Because if South has the King of Hearts, Declare needs to ruff with the Queen. If North has the King of Hearts, Declare needs to ruff with the 7. But this is something that I always like to highlight. The strongest declarers will put themselves in a position where they have to guess at the end of the hand, where they've seen as many cards as possible. So Moss, of course, could have taken the Heart Finesse earlier. But he realized that this line of play would allow him to reach this position where he can now guess the heart suit at trick 12. It's much better to guess the suit at trick 12 when you've seen all of the other cards being played than it is to guess the suit at trick 7 or 8.
So Levin has led the Queen of Hearts against 3-0. I may go over that table in a moment because I really want to see what's happening there.
Yeah, you know what? Let's jump over to do commentary for that table once this one concludes.
Sure.
Assuming no one else is over there.
No one else is.
Great. And Moss guesses correctly. Okay. I mean, this is a really nice result for East-West and Rubenstein to end the set. So everyone head over to the other room. We'll see you there. Greetings, everyone. We've just finished play in the closed room of this event, but this is such an exciting match. Michael and I decided to come over here and fill in some commentary on the last couple of boards. Now, 2 rounds of hearts.
So
Weinstein...
Our belief is that West needs to shift to the Jack of Clubs to beat this. If the defense takes 4 hearts, East becomes very sad on the run of 5 rounds of diamonds.
And even if the defense takes 3 hearts, East still becomes very sad on the run of 5 rounds of diamonds. Like if Levin wins the 3rd heart and then... Yeah, so this will allow Declare to make the contract if he reads the position. A 4th round of hearts caching, I think, is going to make it pretty straightforward. Rosenberg is going to pitch the 5 of spades from hand, and then he's going to cash the ace king of spades and run 5 diamonds, and East just gets squeezed in the black suits. It's automatic. He needs to watch for the queen of spades, and Levin is going to have to bear the singleton king of clubs, but Declare will make the rest of the tricks. So big result for Rubenstein, or for Rubenstein on this one. 10 imps.
So
does that mean the match is going to be tied with 1 board to go?
We can believe that. Yeah, 480 is the differential here. And my handy dandy imp table is going to tell me 480 is a 10, which it is.
Oh boy. Well.
And there's a very challenging play problem and defense problem both on board 30 if the auction is duplicated. He hasn't made this yet, but I think he's going to.
Yeah, there's nothing else to do other than to play for the very natural squeeze. He could technically play this hand as a crisscross squeeze, and I don't know if he's going to. It becomes a little bit more complicated. What he can do is play all of the diamonds now, pitching down to the singleton ace of clubs opposite the queen doubleton. The squeeze that I was suggesting earlier, cashing the ace king of spades, will work on this layout, but will not work if the east and west hands are switched. And the reason I think that maybe he's going to cash the ace king of spades instead of doing this is not only that he would have to guess the distribution by playing for the crisscross squeeze, because Levin will be able to bear his singleton, his king of clubs, and then Rosenberg will have to guess which honor he's unguarded. But also, Levin could have switched to a club through the ace if that was actually the layout of the hand.
Well,
So we'll see if
he's playing
Rosenberg.
it right now as the crisscross.
Yeah, we'll see
Because
if
that works
Rosenberg
against.
cashes the four of diamonds or if he unblocks the ace king of spades. Unblocking
So
the ace
if
king of spades will be simple. Then he won't have any guesswork whatsoever in the end position. There's the king of spades.
so he can still play the diamond for cashing the ace.
No,
No, he's playing as a
because
simple. If the count suggests that it's impossible for West to guard both clubs and spades, then you're much better off doing the simple where you don't have to guess the patterns.
right. And so, while maybe some sort of technical card play error, God forbid Michael Rosenberg would do something like that, where he gives up picking up the flip flop of the hands. This was a very practical choice, and he does make his contract 10 imps. We have the matches tied, and Brad Moss made 2 hearts on the West cards on this hand, and you might look and think, how is that possible? Well, we might be about to find out.
Well, this is coming down to the brass tacks here, 147 to 147 after 59 boards have been played. Nearly a 5 imp a board average, which is a little high.
Yeah, so a hurt opener by Weinstein here in third seat. We saw that in the other room. Now, I imagine Levin is going to learn from previous boards and not bid a spade. Oh!
What is up with? Did they take Flannery off their card or something?
I
One spade
hope not.
4 spades and 2 hearts is very unusual for a Flannery pair.
Yeah, board
They
26,
like
we also saw them
burying
do this.
those spade suits. Now West has rebid a no trump, and now while 2 hearts made and leveraged the trump suit very well, 1 no trump is not a bad contract east west.
No, and this
diamonds-
might actually do quite well because ace king thirds are great opening leads against no trump contracts, and that's not going to work out for Rosenberg here.
He may yet lead a diamond. Maybe lead like the 4 of diamonds or something, second from a bad holding, rather than the ace king third. You say it's a great lead. It's certainly a dangerous lead. It's if you run into a layout where either hand has length in the suit, you could have done something very bad. It's not passive. It's a good lead, but it's not a passive lead. So if he wants to lead passively, he's going to choose a diamond.
Yeah.
And I wonder if his heart holding suggests maybe a passive lead is in order. He loves his hearts are chunky. He hates that he only has 3 of them.
Mm-hmm.
But if high clubs are useful, they may be useful later.
That is a good point. It's a lot different defending against 1 no trump and defending against 3 no trump, but he does lead a high club.
I think this declare is going to have no trouble at all on 1 no trump anymore because he's going to have 3 clubs, 2 spades, and a heart, and a diamond. That's going to be 8 tricks without breathing hard.
Well, that's 7. 3 clubs, 2 spades, a heart, and a diamond.
Okay, never mind. 7 is not 8.
7
if he starts with 7 and finishes with 7.
And 7 might not be enough to win this match because 110 was made in the other room, east-west.
So if we check our handy-dandy imp tables, 0 to 10 is a push, but 1 imp starts at 20. And 90 to 110, I mean, basically losing by 10 points, a 10-point score differential on board 60 of the match. Wow. Now, if he makes 3, if 9 tricks are somehow made east-west,
yes, go
that
on.
would be enough for east-west to win, for nickel to win. I don't think this diamond shift is going to help Declare's cause, though. He can does have diamond spots to set up a late diamond trick. He's going to set up the clubs first.
Yeah, now he doesn't know clubs are 3-3. He might hope.
Michael's playing low.
Okay, so big decision here because he could fly queen of clubs and exit another club, hoping the clubs split. Or he could go queen of clubs and try a heart finesse, hoping the hearts split.
Well, he's diagnosed that he's playing for clubs.
He does split the clubs. Okay.
That was huge because if he decided that he was going to play for, because maybe he could do something with diamond spots, maybe he has a heart finesse late in the day. Uh, those lines of play would have been more challenging. So if the defense continues diamonds, that's actually going to set up another diamond trick for Declarer.
Yeah, which is why I think Grossack really needs to switch to hearts here. And it Declare's line of play kind of makes it seem like a heart switch is important from the south, because Declare pitched a heart on the club. Oh, he does play back the 7 of diamonds.
And partner didn't lead a diamond to trick 1 either.
Right.
So Declare's up to 8 tricks, right? He's got 4 and 2 and he's got 2 clubs is 4 and a diamond is 5, 2 spades is 7 and a heart is 8. And if the old where there's 8 there's 9 holds true, but I don't think where there's 8 there's 9 this time. He's going to lose a heart finesse, and assuming that all the scores are correct, that would mean overtime.
We will have overtime, I think. I hope it's broadcast. Let me just give a quick update in case I'm going to look at a spoiler.
Yeah, I'm going to see if Bridge Winners has this as tied at the end of if this official scoreboard has this as tied at the end.
Okay, I actually can't see, but if there's overtime, I will stick around for it. But it does look like the match is tied at the end of regulation, so a really hard fought match for Rubenstein and Nickel. 2 really strong teams. Whichever one makes it, I think they're going to be exhausted tomorrow, though. So, thanks for tuning in. Stick around if we do have Vugraph up, which it'll probably be up in a few minutes.
I'll stick around, and if it shows up, I will pop in, and if not, I will just enjoy watching Rob's stream.
Sounds good. All right. Well, I spoiled myself a little bit, but I'm not going to spoil chat. We're going to stick around. Let's see if they do have the last few boards. It used to be that the playoffs were 4 boards. Well, yeah, I think it used to be that playoffs were 4 boards. Maybe it's 8 for the Spingold. I'm not sure. But wow, what a final result. I mean, not only Moss making 2 hearts, but then the squeeze that Rosenberg pulls off to make 3 no trump on board 29. Weinstein could have only made 1 and 1 no trump, and that would have been Nickel going down. Wow. Okay, I'm going to give spoilers for the other matches, though, because I'm still hopeful that we're going to get Vugraph for this final set. Apparently, I'm not going to give spoilers for the other matches, because now that the table has concluded, all 1,000 of kibitzers that were at our table have gone to bridge winners at the same time, and it's not loading. It's like literally dead. Bridge winners. We have DDoS the entire server. Okay. Leonardin defeats Rosenberg by 30. Delimpel Tadakis defeats Goldberg. So my wish has not been granted that they've been knocked out, meaning that I don't have to say their name anymore. But given that they've made it so far in the event to the semifinals, I've gotten much better at saying Delimpel Tadakis. Street defeats Zimmerman So our matchups tomorrow are going to be Leonardin against Street and Delimpel Tadakis against the winner of Rubinstein Nickel. You think I got the pronunciation perfectly? Thank you. I think so too. I'm going to give myself an A+. Please, please, please show overtime. I want to see the Zach Grossack effect. He's just going to treat it like Midnights. If it's a 4-board set. Okay, in the meantime, let's try and pull up that archive of the Zimmerman match. The second quarter. Yeah, it's this one. I don't know which table it was, but that Grand Slam disaster. The Phantom Save. I will pull this up. Boom. Look at that. So at the 1 table, Pacman opens 3 spades, Queen 7th and out. 5 heart overcall by Klukowski. A little bit too good for just a 4 heart overcall. 6 diamonds by Zatorsky. What the fuck? What is that? 6 diamonds? Excuse you. 6 hearts by Kalita. What the hell is 7 diamonds? Oh my god. Guys, get it together. What are East-West doing on this board? This is insane. How does 6 hearts do? I don't know. 6 hearts was bid in the other room, so let's head over there. Other table. 3 spades, 6 hearts by Street. Classic Paul moment. I guess you do make it on a non-diamond lead, right? You can knock out the club ace. Wait. Yeah, you have 2 trump entries. So even if West ducks on the queen of clubs, you have 2 entries to get to the north hand. I guess a trump lead beats it, right? No, apparently a trump lead's not good enough. Oh, and yeah, I'm not sure why a trump lead doesn't beat it. Anyway, West led the king of diamonds, which looks pretty normal. Wow. So that was 17 imps. I guess this one going in favor of Zimmerman, but they still didn't manage to win. Okay, how's BBO doing? Do we have the playoff up? Semifinal, quarter 4 of 4. Nickel against Rubinstein. Is this it? No, this is still the previous set. Why would a trump lead beat it? So, I thought you lead a trump, and when Declare plays the queen of clubs, West ducks. Because now you don't have entries to set up the clubs and cash your winners. Have you seen Bridge Winners results? I can't speak for you or the rest of chat, but I have seen Bridge Winners results, and I'm doing my best not to spoil it, at least for the match that's tied at the end of regulation. Then Declare overtakes and loses a trick to West. Okay. What do you mean overtakes and loses a trick to West? Do we need to pull it back up? Nope. No spoilers. I'm not very fast at getting to these. No spoilers. Okay, where was this? It was the second quarter of Zimmerman against Klukowski. Yeah, here we go. Do. Okay, I'm not gonna do a bunch of analysis. So Trump, right? So how do we make it from here? We win the 8 of hearts. We play low, and now what? Oh. It's because there's a stiff king of spades. Oh. Right. So, like, see, I thought that this could happen. Yeah? It's more free than you thought. What was your line of play? Hold on, Shift. Get up here. Front of the class, young man. Tell me how you were making this contract on a heart lead. I would like to see it. You get to play for both your hand and the dummy. But yeah, I think the only way once the Queen of Clubs gets ducked is to drop the Singleton King of Spades, knock out the Spade Queen, and then utilize the other heart to get over there for the 10 of Spades to pitch a diamond. I don't believe any other line works. Interesting hand. How are we doing on the overtime? You're winning in hand to lead a club. Yeah. Okay. Yep. Now what? Okay, King of Clubs. Yep. Keep going. You're doing great so far. They're not broadcasting it? I know, they probably aren't. Why wouldn't they broadcast the playoff? That's so dumb. This is the most exciting part. Yeah, still cold. Go ahead. Tell me which card to play next. I like Fly High's idea. This was all of the play that you had planned. Yeah, so from here, Declare can only lead, well, can rough a club, but basically the play is that you have to go Ace of Spades, Jack of Spades, use the Queen of Hearts entry. There is the kind of exciting heart opening lead, winning wherever. Duck a club, or play a club, it gets ducked. Now we strip West's spade. And now we go Ace of Diamonds, Diamond, and West has to win. And West is end played into either giving us our second club trick or rough, sluff, and diamonds. That's cute. Yeah, Michael, this is the one that I was excited to look at. So, kind of crazy. I mean, like, the auction in the other room is just absolutely nuts. Why would either East or West bid like this? Like, I don't understand West bidding, and East bidding is beyond belief. Why would you ever bid 7 diamonds? You know what? Nope. I take it all back. I mean, East bidding seems bad, but East has no defense against 6 hearts, and his partner has offered a save, right? His partner has said, I'm interested in saving 6 diamonds over 5 hearts. I think like East and West are equally to blame for this. Like 6 diamonds is lunacy on the West cards, and 7 diamonds I think is based on West's, I don't know, trying to sacrifice. 6 hearts is kind of crazy. Kalita. He has a couple of good cards. You know, give partner the stiff queen of diamonds and the ace jack doubleton of clubs instead, and 6 hearts is almost cold. I like Kalita's bid. 5 hearts showed a big hand. Is there any chance they're broadcasting the playoffs? I don't know how long I want to watch or wait to see. Where would I figure out if they're showing the playoffs? There's nothing posted on Bridge Winners about it. Absolutely stone Jones cold. Absolutely stone Jones cold. Oh, V8 and Peter, hello from YouTube. I'm sorry I didn't have YouTube chat up. I've had some malfunctions in my stream and things have just kind of broken. So for whatever reason, my chat glitched and for a while. But I see you now. So thanks for tuning in. Glad to see you guys. Are we sure there are playoffs? Based on my spoiler, I am sure there are playoffs. Yes. The match ended in regulation 147-147. So there was a playoff in this match. A spoiler, a team has won? Yeah. That is a bit of a spoiler because we haven't just been in playoffs for the past 8 hours. Someone did end up winning. Match is already over. Doesn't look like they're broadcasting it. You don't think it would still be 30-minute delayed? You know what it is? Oh my God. I know what happened. Right? Because for VuGraph, they have to load the boards ahead of time, yeah? And you might think, oh, well, there's a simple solution to this. You could have just drawn up playoff boards on your own and then loaded those into VuGraph ahead of time. So you would be prepared for a situation like this where all of the adrenaline is pumping, both among the commentators, the spectators, and the players, and everyone wants to watch this final playoff happening. But no, they didn't prepare ahead of time for situations where there are playoffs. So they don't have preloaded boards, which means that they can't have VuGraph up because they just don't have boards ready for it. They have to get the players to like shuffle and deal themselves. Oh my God. Yeah, they're not prepared. They're not Eagle Scouts. These guys are unprepared. So I think you're absolutely right. Along with all of the other failures in VuGraph, this is another one. They could have been ready for the playoffs. Hello, Ignatius. Imagine being prepared for broadcasting. There aren't playoffs? One of the boards was scored incorrectly in VuGraph? Are you certain? Are you sure that one of the boards was scored incorrectly? Because that would be a very, very large mistake, given the score that I see on my screen. How am I doing? We've had a great day. We just watched what either was or was not a tie match. And then we just get shepherded into the final score. So I think they're done. And I'm going to spoil the results. Here we go. Rubenstein takes it. 163 to 147. Oh, the 6 club board. So this is the one that actually got input as a push, but Declare was down 1 in the end position. I see. That would make sense for 16 imps because a vulnerable red minor suit slam is 16. A vulnerable red major suit slam is 17. But either way, Rubenstein moves on. Congrats to them. So I guess that means the match wasn't actually close towards the end. I mean, if Rosenberg went down in 3-0 on board 29, I guess they would have lost. No, then the match would have been tied. If Rosenberg went down in 3-0, down a trick on board 29, that would have been a 16 imp swing as well. Rather than winning 10, he would have lost 6. So that was really the pivotal board at the very end of the match. All the lower seeds won. Street won, Delimpel Tadakis won, and Rubenstein won, but technically Leonardin is the higher seed against Rosenberg. So Leonardin did win this one. This is their original seeding. But these are our semifinal matchups for tomorrow. Leonardin against Street, Rubenstein against Delimpel Tadakis. I'm going to put up a poll on YouTube, on my YouTube community page, after the stream ends, for which match we should start watching in segment 1 tomorrow, quarter 1. And whatever chat says, or whatever people vote, is what I'm going to go with. So head over to YouTube in about 15 or 20 minutes, or tomorrow morning, depending on when you're waking up, to vote in that and let me know who you want to see. But that's going to conclude coverage for today. One last look to see if there is a broadcast final set. And I'm going to head off. Thanks for tuning in, everyone. Thanks for all the new follows, all the helpful comments and troll comments as well. And I will be back bright and early, 10 a.m. or so Eastern time, for the semifinal action tomorrow, Saturday. It's the weekend. Everyone rejoice. Grab your beers, get your lawn chairs, set up some Olympics on one side and some bridge on the other, and watch all your favorite action. So take care, have a good night, and I'll see you all next time.